Ok. Plop, 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 plop. Eh ben, ça a l'air de fonctionner. Cool. Calme juste un peu l'audio de bureau. Ouais. J'ai pas le son parfait. Oui. Hi, Mind Gamer. How are you? Hello there. So today I want to just present you the journey of making Star Wars Redemption. So if you have any questions during the presentation, just feel free to ask, and I will answer the best I can. Actually, I've made a pre-record of the presentation for a Unreal Fest, and but it's very hatchy, and I thought it would be better to just show you the project, and so you can ask your question while I show this to you instead of throwing you a 30 minutes video. So, will Star Wars Redemption have a story mode? If yes, I'm really excited for it. Yes, it might have a one actually. If the game can benefit of a full team, developing the story will be a major point. But for the moment, as you will see later, I'm alone on this, so even just bringing allies, troopers alongside Maven is a real challenge itself. So adding a story, voice lines, and stuff like this is pretty big and not to say impossible. So yeah, but it's in my mind, of course. Oh, someone just respawned. Also, if you want to test the game, so if you download the version, the current version, you should have some new things compared to what we had before. So it's hard to see, but now when you hit enemies, they bump accurately, so you can really feel that you are, actually striking them. I'm planning, if I can do this, of course. It's not sure. It's always not sure, but I want to add also some traces of saber slash on the enemies, so you really feel that you are hitting them, and yeah. How many options are there for low performance PCs? Let's just see it. So when you go in the options and you are in a level, you can play on so the global settings here. So you can turn your game into low, really low graphic settings. So this will, of course, save a lot of FPS, but you can also just reduce the full resolution at which the game is actually rendered by your graphic card. This just means that instead of having 1 pixel of your screens calculated for 1 pixel of the game, you will have like 4 pixels of the game actually being the same. So yeah, it much less. You can go down up to 25, which just make the game really low. Let's see it. Yeah, but at some point, if you have a really small screen and low-end PC, this allows you to play the game in a, I guess, smooth way. But I don't really see this, since I've got a not a beast PC, but a good enough PC. Like, actually, I need to develop the game, so I should have a good one at some point. So yeah, and of course, don't activate the elite mode, because it will call a lot of technically heavier assets for the enemies with more bones, so more data to process for every animation. So yeah, it's within the settings. Would there be accessibility option settings to the extent of what The Last of Us? I think it's the maybe it's not correct, but la cerise sur le gâteau, the cherry pick on the cheesecake. I don't know how to spell this in English, but it's a really important feature, of course, for people, not disabled people, but if you have some eye problems and stuff like this. But this doesn't go before adding story to the game, more characters, more environment, spaceships, etc. And actually, the game needs way more this than accessibility options. But yeah, it's really important. How was your Thanksgiving? I'm French, so I heard about it, but we do not celebrate Thanksgiving in French. In France. So, oh yeah, and a little new addition is just this. When you jump, you can make some more of VFX to the ground, and on some parts of the levels you can spawn these little blue gems. So it's really cool. And if you played Diablo 1, I guess the sound really is just in Diablo 1, at least those kind of potions. It's a game that I really loved when I was a kid, so I've just wanted to make these little Easter eggs into the level more clear. They were quite there before, but yeah, I didn't really use the assets everywhere in the levels, only on Lumberia, and it was really hidden, so yeah. So don't hesitate to just get the demo, try it for yourself, and yeah, I have fun with this. So I'm gonna just change and go in the training room and repose the game here. And go into what interests me today. Of course, but accessibility options are very easy to add. Example, the ability to change the UI color, size, the color of the enemies, allies. In more ideas, I'm happy to help. I guess it's an easy thing, but again, I am alone in this, and of course, it's not something that really interests me as a developer. You have to keep in mind that all this project is made just with passion, with motivation. So if I don't have it, I won't make it. So yeah. High ground animation. Oh, hello, man. How are you? No question, just wanted to say you're doing crazy good work. You too, man, you too. You are probably much more crazier than me. And much more accurate with the Clone Wars. If you guys don't know high ground animations, just go watch what he's doing with mostly animation and rendering and in the style of the Clone Wars. And if you love the Clone Wars, you will love what he does. So, I hope I'm correct, by the way, with this description. So, I want to say just a few words on the projects that inspired me on the first place before digging into the presentation of Star Wars Redemption. So the first one is actually one I've started at the same time I was making Maven when I was at school. So 3 years school of Lyon, which was called and still called Bellecour École d'Art, and but on a training which was called Asia, and this no longer exists because now the school aims to create more specific creators, specific artists. So you have if you do this school nowadays, you can be a lighting artist or a character artist or a game character artist, a concept artist. But when I was at school, we were doing almost every part of the of making a, for instance, a TV series. So Le Voyage de Léo was a TV series, and we did this at the end of the school project. We were 5 people, if I'm correct, working on it. So 1 lead, which wasn't me. It was Aurélien Barche. If you want to check this work, this guy is just a beast in concept art, and also a great friend of mine. He also helped me at some point on Star Wars Redemption scenario, part of the scenario, when I have a doubt on one race or one planet or one specific part of the existing Star Wars canon universe or legend universe. Most of the time I go to him and just ask him, okay, if I do this, will it be good with the story, existing story? So yeah, for the little story, he told me that the ZBrush doesn't have eyebrows, and I wasn't aware of this, so I really owe this guy a lot of things. Also, he was good enough to offer us a good project where every artist, including myself, could just express the way they want into this project. Like, for example, so we follow Leonardo da Vinci in this project, a young one, and he goes through a magical portal in a magical world, and you discover a lot of fantastic environment creatures, and that's also where he learned to create his fantastic machinery. So in this project, I was in charge of the environment, and at some point I wanted to make a fantastic mushroom city. So you had mushrooms everywhere, mushroom houses and mushroom temple. So it was really curious, and I thought like the mushroom city wouldn't make it into the project, and Aurélien was just awesome to tell me, and a lot of other ideas from other students in the project. Okay, let's make it, and let's see how far you can go with this idea. And it was really pleasant because we could express it artistically just a lot. So, franchement, magnifique travail que tu nous proposes, vraiment. On voit qu'il est réalisé par un fan et pour les fans. Continue, ne lâche pas. T'inquiète, enfin, t'inquiète. Je continue, mais je me détache un peu quand même du projet parce que, parce que je pense que la démo, elle est arrivée à un point qui est pas mal. Et que s'il faut aller plus loin, faut le faire de façon très sérieuse, et pour l'instant j'ai pas les épaules pour mener le truc de façon très sérieuse. Voilà. Mais bon, on sait jamais, hein, peut-être que dans un futur plus ou moins proche. Bon. Can I ask you something? I sent you a picture on your Instagram account. My friend is making a custom season 1 Clone Wars Ahsoka Lego in Blender. Yes. So quickly look at it. I didn't receive it actually. Or maybe I will see this later. Okay, if you don't mind. T'as pensé à créer un Kickstarter? Alors oui, mais non. En fait, le problème, c'est que c'est très touchy du coup, de développer un truc dans la licence Star Wars. Donc non, je veux pas me lancer là-dedans. Mais après, si demain Disney nous dit que c'est bon, vous pouvez lancer un Kickstarter, tous les fans de Star Wars qui veulent faire un projet, go. Bon go, oui. Je pense que là, ouais, j'en ferai un et puis on verra ce que ça donne. Et voilà. So next. Hop. So we have the Burning Descent. So we jump a lot of years later, le voyage de Léo. So I was making a VR game on Unreal Engine 4, yes. And at this point, you have to keep in mind that I was making Star Wars Redemption, well, just Maven, the main character, when I was also making, participating to Le Voyage de Léo. So it was already a side project from the beginning. And when we were making Le Voyage de Léo, we were just like a film or a TV series students. So we didn't make video games and we didn't really knew a lot about Unreal Engine or Unity or all this kind of stuff. But at this point, I was still interested in developing a game. I just didn't know how. So this was an idea in my brain somewhere. And a few years later, sorry. So I've helped on The Burning Descent. So this was a good time to experience a lot of things in Unreal Engine, and also to meet the first guy who actually helped starting Star Wars Redemption by this time, who was Fantin Gislet. And so at this time, even I was just making a few animations on Akeytsu, because I've just also discovered Akeytsu, and I wanted to try just to make Maven move inside of this little but super cool software. Sorry, not logiciel, it's in French. But anyway, and I had like a walk, a run, an idle, and a jump, and I was like, okay, this is the basic stuff you need to have to create a controllable character. So maybe I could just start to make a game, but I didn't know how to code this. So Fantin helped me to understand this and to actually set up this. At first, I wanted to understand how the blueprint worked, but to be honest with you, it was maybe too much at this time. So he was kind enough to help me starting this, and once I had Maven as a controllable character, so we are in 2017 now, so I can control Maven, but in a empty world. Like I had nothing, I don't have Geonosis or the Venator or Lumberia, all this stuff doesn't exist by this time, and I had to create something. And I didn't plan to create all these environments. I just wanted to create environment, but I didn't know how many I would like to create. So I started small with a Venator hangar, and later I built Geonosis, and then Lumberia, etc., etc. The good point with Burning Descent was it just showed me how far you could go with Unreal Engine with some limitations, because the VR is something really expensive in terms of just resources you have on a standard PC. So you have to make sure every asset you make can run into the final game. Later, I was lucky enough and really honored to just join the Akeytsu maker team. So the team no longer exists, but the software is still here. So if you want to animate like I did and like Thomas, and like we did for Star Wars Redemption, you can still grab Akeytsu and have fun as we did, and as I honestly always do. So when I went at Nukegara, so the maker of Akeytsu, I was in charge of making the characters. So the one you have in the software, I actually modeled them, textured them, except for the Sky Surfer, so the guy with a big board. The sculpt wasn't from me. It was from Sergei Katsukov, which is a really talented Russian sculptor, if I'm correct. And yeah, I was in charge of making the low poly version and the texture, the rigging, etc. And also I've learned a lot about animation and rigging when I was there. I was also in charge of support. So when a user had a problem, I was there to basically help. So yeah, I had to know how to use Akeytsu with Unreal, with Marmoset, with Unity, with Sketchfab, etc., etc., etc. But it was really a super cool time, and also the team was wonderful. And later we have Star Wars Redemption, which is a really specific project. As I've told you, this is something that I started when I was at the end of my 3D art school, and I'm still making it. So it's something like 10 years of spending sometimes from time to time, and sometimes a bit too much, just making this world piece by piece, and yeah, one clunker at a time. So how I made this super cool project. First of all, let's just line up the core aspects of Star Wars Redemption. So, of course, it's a fun project. I don't make it for Lucasfilm or for Disney, as you may know. I make it on my own time, and I make it mostly alone. Because it's a fun project doesn't mean I want to make every existing asset of Star Wars. Like I don't necessarily want to make Ahsoka or Jango Fett, even if I would like to make a Jango Fett version in Star Wars Redemption. But at some point, I have to also find a way to justify that Jango will be in Star Wars Redemption. So Maven at some point should meet Jango. Why? Okay. So does it match with the scenario? So it's really important to imagine if it's possible before actually making the model. So it's also a game, but it wasn't a game from the beginning. At the very early part of making this project, so when I was making Maven, I was in a school that prepared us to make series, TV series and films, not games. So my first goal, and if I'm correct, it was when the Clone Wars was announced to be aborted. I think we can state this this way. So I was just a big fan of the series, and seeing it was halted like this, I wanted to make a short film about it. What honestly high-ground animations make much better than me, and yeah. But by the time I wanted to make this, so Maven was made to be rendered the traditional way, and making a game was not an idea at this time. But once I've learned Unreal, real-time stuff, it slowly shifted to game development. So that's why now we have a demo of the project. But it lastly became a trailer. Just because we had a gap of programming support, I would say that. So so with Thomas, the animator of Maven, we were not good at making blueprints, which is the only language we use for the demo. We don't use C# or C++. It's all done in blueprints. So we wanted to still improve and bring new bricks to the game, but at this point, we were unable to make blueprints, and our guy, our programmer making this was wasn't available. So we decided that, okay, we can't program, but we can still animate, render, light, and so why not make a trailer? So the trailer just came this way. We made it from January to July, so something like 7 months. And we didn't aim a particular scenario for it. So it was like opening Trello. If you don't know Trello, it's like a big post-it board, and you can create as many post-its as you want. And so we did it for each shot we would like to create. So imagine you want to make a badass Maven jumping on the ground and recovering like Iron Man, for example. Well, that's a Trello card, a first one. If you want to make a attack of several clone troopers against clunkers, or a space battle, that's another card. And we were lining up a lot of cards along the making of this trailer, even until the very end, to be honest. And when we would like, okay, to create a shot, an animation, we just pass through this big board and pick up one point that interested us enough, and we started this shot. And at the end, we had enough to build a 2 minutes long trailer, and yeah, we arranged it so it can tell a story matching what I had in mind for the protagonist Maven, to bring so the trailer you already know. It's also an art book. So you had a game, a trailer, an art book. So I was in charge also of making the art book. And the art book was a quite interesting way to express parts of the scenario I couldn't with the game or the trailer. As we are a really small team, or if I may say so, a one-man team, so I couldn't add voices to the project, so that's why Maven doesn't have any voice. Except some jump noises, but it's not, it's not like a redubbing voice. So I couldn't make her react to the environment and just transmit to the player some emotions. That was possible a bit better with the trailer, but it's still voiceless, and the art book can allow me just to put some parts of the scenario together to explain a bit better how Maven evolves through this project. What's this custom logo? This custom logo is a square with a phoenix inside of it. That's basically the logo of the team behind Star Wars Redemption. So we wanted to make a square phoenix. Like I think it was a private joke at some point, but making a logo close to another one quite known, as we were making just a game on a famous brand. We were like, okay, we are still in the sheets, in the big sheet, if we're gonna release it, so why not? And of course there was no harmful or bad jokes intended. It's just the philosophy at some point, the brainstorm that just evolved through this. So yeah. So also I make it as a hobby, so when I have time, and it's also a big learning sandbox. When I'm at work, like everyone, I guess, I don't have the chance, to work on as many aspects as I can on Star Wars Redemption. On Star Wars Redemption, I do literally everything except music, of course. because I can't compose like John Williams, and if one day I could just reach 1% of his talent, I would be really happy. But I don't. And yeah, the sky code you have on Lumberia and a few other levels with the volumetric stuff, etc. I can do blueprints, etc. But I'm not good enough to code hard stuff like this. So yeah, that's pretty much it. But apart from this, I can do animation, rigs, characters, environment, assembling this in Unreal, playtesting the game, of course, making levels, etc., UI also. So yeah, and the good point with this project is that when at work I want to learn UI and we already have a UI artist, well, I can't. I won't just duplicate what the guy does. And of course, I should really do environment or character, so I can't spread like this. But on this project, if I would like, I could do UI or VFX, etc. And it's really cool because actually when you do, for example, when you do animation, you understand better why you have to model your character a certain way. When you do rigging and you also do animation, you can imagine which kind of controls you would need on your character. So it's really important to explore all these parts because it strengthens basically your knowledge on maybe your main one if you have a core aspect of your work. And also it's a cool way to just make what I want. So if you wanted to make a Django Fett, for example, and it fits to your project, it's really cool because you can actually do a Django Fett. At work, it's rarely the case. If you can do this, it's fantastic. Just keep your job. But if you can't, have a side project where you can do this, and it's really fantastic because you can design your own Mandalorian if you want. You can design your own clone troopers, your own Jedi, your own everything you want. You can animate them later. It's really, really, really cool. And then it's also a homage to the Clone Wars, of course, but also to old school 3D platformers I really liked when I was younger, like The Force Unleashed. I really liked this Star Wars game. Both of them, by the way, the first and the second one. And also, I really enjoyed the Rayman 2 and Rayman 3 games. And I wanted to, at some point, retrieve the vibes of these games. So that's why you see a lot of curious mushrooms where you can jump in, and or the looms. They are inspired a lot by these games. So of course we have the game demo. So here you can see what I guess most of you already experienced. So it's one of the level of the demo. You have the trailer, and by the way, this is one of my of the shot I'm the most proud of, because actually I spend a lot of time just to get the animation right. Another shots, I tried my best to avoid complex shots, like making a starfighter fly in the sky is quite easy, but making a character have facial expression or moving fingers and torso the right way is quite difficult to me, and just to every animator, I guess. So if you start a shot like this and you nail it, it's really satisfying. So yeah, this was my favorite one, if you take all of the shots I've made for the trailer. But of course, if I look to the shots Thomas did, it's way above what I did. So, for example, this is a super simple shot. It's just in Unreal Engine, I compose a level and just make a subtle camera movement, and that's pretty much it. You just shot this yeah, this shot, and you have it. So this is pretty cool if you just want to make some mysterious intro to just to discover some parts of the project. Yeah, like Lumberia by night, like this. You can imagine a lot of stories. So it's really cool to have this. And of course, the art book, where again, if you want to learn more about Maven and the backstory of Star Wars Redemption, you can open this. It's just next to the demo. So when you get access to the online folder, you have the demo, of course, but just aside of the demo, you have the art book. You have the English and French version. So pick up the right one, of course, and you will learn some nice things about Maven. So how does this started? As I stated earlier that it was when I was in school. So when I was at school, you can see these two armor with a robe and some armor part is just there. This is really the first draw I made of Maven. This was when I was attending a short conference, and the subject was not something really passionating me. So I just drew something on a piece of paper, and it was not going to be a Star Wars Redemption. By this time, it was just a good way to spend the time. So here you have the first version of what will be later Maven, and by this time, she doesn't have a name. She was just a sexy clone trooper or Jedi in a clone trooper armor, and nothing more. But you can see already the Clone Wars shape here. Maybe kind of a mix between Ventress and maybe Ayla Secura here. And of course, you can really spot that I was not completely aware on all the few design points of the clone armor. So this little smiley here is really fun. So a bit later, I showed this to Aurélien, so my lead on Le Voyage de Léo, and he was also a great fan of Star Wars and the Clone Wars, and he told me, maybe you should just do a better concept of this character because it's cool. Maybe it could be something bigger. So yeah, he just threw this, and so at the holiday, Christmas holidays of 2012, I drew this first version of Maven. So just this one, and this concept, once I was done with it, I was like, okay, so now this character really needs a name. So why don't we try Maven, like Qui-Gon, Jean, etc. The double N has a mysterious and Star Warsy appeal. So I thought maybe Maven could be also in the same mood. So I put the name like this on DeviantArt, Facebook, etc. And I asked people, okay, what do you think about Maven? Is it a good name or not for this character? And no one just opted against it. So I kept Maven for this reason. And much later, in fact, when I brought the art book to life, I wanted to have the nickname, not the nickname, the full name of Maven, Lumberia. So yeah, it's just one brick at a time, and yeah. So by this time, I didn't have a 3D model of Maven. I didn't have animation or any idea of what I would do with this character. So that's why first I rarely planned the future. It's something I had in mind, when you are going to a hiking session, if you don't know the length of the journey or the height of the summit you are about to reach, I think it's easier to enjoy the journey. If you know where you will go, it can be much harder. So that's why I just don't want to plan the future. So when someone asks me if Star Wars Redemption will have a story mode or if it will be a full game one day, that's probably why I answer I don't know and I don't want to know. Because this adds, I think, a lot of pressure and can at some point be a problem for you when you are when you want to have idea and you want to have a free mind. So yeah. So to bring Maven from this to this, of course there is a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of knowledge. And when I was at school, when I made Maven like this, I didn't know how to make a real-time character, a real-time asset. It was not until, so here it says like 2090, but honestly, the real-time version is a bit older than this, like 2 or 3 years. So first of all, you need to stay open to creativity. So if you need a Jedi in a clone armor, make the Jedi in a clone armor. Just don't limit yourself to what the films or the series displays. If you want to go further, go further. Of course, if it doesn't break the lore, but as long as you stay in the lore, it's okay, and explore what you really want to see. So myself, I'm just a big fan of the clone troopers, and especially phase 1 clone armors. So I wanted to have a clone trooper to play, and also I like lightsabers. I like blasters, etc. So, and of course I like curvy shapes. So I just brought all of this inside of this character, and that's why you have Maven. But also, if you want to improve your project, it's important to keep doing it. So a little trick I found on Instagram, I don't remember the name of the Instagram person, but I fairly guess it's maybe Evelyn Stockart or maybe Loish, but it's a really, really talented person. And she gives the advice that if you want to work on a long-term project but you don't have the motivation to do it every day, just commit yourself to work like 15 minutes every day. Just 15 minutes. If at the end of this time you no longer want to work, let's just stop there, and tomorrow you will just go back on your project. But if you are enjoying the process during these 15 minutes, then you could go much, much further. And on one hand, you would have worked like 15 minutes every day, every month. And trust me, it just makes a lot of difference between this and not working for a lot of time and just 2 hours a weekend every 2 months. So you keep pushing the project slowly, until you just reach a really interesting opportunity to go much further. Maybe you discover a new techniques, maybe a new part of the field you are exploring, and actually you needed all these small steps to enjoy this part of the process. So it's important to do these 15 minutes every day. But of course, I had some days where I really didn't want to open the project. It could be because the past day I was working too much on it, or maybe I just don't have the motivation even to open a screen, or maybe I'm just ill. You have a lot of reasons. But if you can, do this, and it will help. So as I mentioned, don't just do this every time. else you will just ruin your own health. You need to do some breaks at some point. If you have to commit to stay committed to this project, you have to make some breaks. If you don't do so, you will end up doing some burnouts or being unproductive or uncreative or simply bad at what you do. You will do a lot of errors. So do a lot of breaks. And by breaks, I don't necessarily mean like not working on your project, but maybe not opening your computer at all. Like stay away from your screens. Just enjoy the good old pen and paper and draw. Walk in the streets, meet friends, have a good beer or a pint of tea as you want, or coffee. But yeah, it's really important to just have these breaks. It's like taking a deep breath before you dive in. If you never take a breath, you will just sink, and it's sad to sink at some point. And also it just boosts you to jump back on your project. Like if you didn't had the chance to, and just you love doing 3D model, for example, if you don't do 3D model for like 1 week, you will at some point you will almost need to go back to your model because you have a lot of idea. You need to put this idea to a model. So it also brings back this pleasure to create your models. But if you still enjoy it, just keep doing it. It's okay. Also, do what you love. If you want to do a long-term project like Star Wars Redemption, for example, it's really important to not going in a project you don't like. Like if you love doing medieval stuff, don't do a Star Wars thing. If it's not your if it's not your cup of tea, don't do it. As-tu des problèmes de licence en publiant le jeu? Aucune. Enfin, aucun, pardon. Et ouais, aucun problème de licence. Speaking of cup of tea, I just need to... Yes. So next, be curious as often as you can. And when I mean curious, it's about art, other artists. Don't see other artists as concurrent people, competitive people, sorry. It's more like inspiration people. So for instance, I really loved the Clone Wars, so I wanted to make something close to the Clone Wars, and it really inspired me. But I also liked what Renaud Galland did on Overwatch, and the character art of Overwatch, and not just him, it was a lot of folks, of course, or Thiago Klafk on the environment part of Overwatch. So I wasn't looking at them like competitive guys, but more like inspiration to help me getting better assets. And it's very important to make the difference. Else you will just every time you will see at their work, you will fall in depression just because they are extremely good at what they do, and you are not as good. So you have to avoid this kind of mindset. But also be curious about new techniques. If, for example, you see someone doing textures a different way with a different software, maybe it's worth digging into how we do this. Maybe this will help you making better textures. Maybe you will learn a way to make technically more accurate stuff, etc. Lastly, and it's really important, don't rip asset. like if you rip an asset, so first it's bad just for the artists who made the assets. Of course, I had some guys ripping my own 3D assets on Sketchfab or ArtStation viewers, and then going back to me and telling me, "Hey guy, it's cool. I've ripped your assets, but it will make you some exposure, and you will be better known, etc." And it's complete shit. It's just completely idiot thinking an artist will thank you for having more exposure just because you ripped his assets. So don't do this for this reason, but don't do this also because when you rip an asset, you actually don't learn how to make it. So next time you will have to make another asset of the same kind, what will you do? You will rip another asset. And what if the asset you need to rip doesn't exist because you need to create this for your game? You will try to create it, probably, but it won't be at the same quality level, and you will see a inconsistency in the art direction of your game, and this is pretty bad. So as much as you can, do your own assets. You can still buy assets on Asset Store, and it's really cool, but it's even better if you can learn how to create these assets and adopt your own art direction while making them. Oh, and while we are on this guy, don't be afraid to concept just to do concepts. Like you have an idea and, well, okay, I probably won't ever make this in 3D, but the idea is cool. Just draw it because you want to draw it. Because drawing this guy is fairly easy. You can do this in like one day or maybe less, probably less, and that's it. And maybe it will never be turned into a 3D model, but it will probably inspire you to make other assets in the project. So for example, for this guy, I've made the lightsaber once. I never made the guy completely, but just the lightsaber, and it helps you to explore new ideas, maybe new scenario ideas. So what will you make of this guy? Who is this guy? And yeah, and it's much faster than making the 3D model. So making just a concept doesn't mean you will make the 3D model. So that's the message. Why did you publish it on ArtStation and not Steam or Epic Game, for example? I didn't because it would have put the project in direct competition at some point, and that's something you want to avoid when you are making a final game. You don't want to compete with existing licensed product. For example, for Star Wars Redemption, the closest I would find would be maybe Jedi Fallen Order, even if we have not the same depth of gameplay and probably not the same goal in the end. If I were just putting this aside of Fallen Order, it would have made probably some trouble. So yeah. But I get that it would have been much easier for people to get the project. I totally get it. And imagine if the game gets licensed one day. Of course, it won't stay like this on our station and then obscure drives, etc. No. I would probably put this on Steam and Epic. But we don't know the future. And at the moment, this is not even a plan. So next, I want to just show you the tool I use to create my project. So probably not the core one, but one I use intensively just for modeling and UV unwrap. To me, it's 3ds Max. Just because I've learned it when I was at school, and I wasn't ever seduced by other tools. I worked like 5 months with Maya, in production, and I wasn't a big fan of the modeling philosophy compared to what I had in 3ds Max. And for Blender, even if it was free, it's the same. I was not a big fan of it. I don't feel as secure as I am with 3ds Max, but I know it's a matter of taste and of course of money, because Blender is free, 3ds Max not, so you have to choose what you can pay. But yeah, 3ds Max as is, with the indie license, especially, it's really affordable, and I think it's not worth worth moving to the Blender now, but probably one day, because I still follow the development of Blender, so yeah, it moves much faster than 3ds Max. So I guess one day I will retrieve everything I want in Blender, and the shift will be really obvious. But not yet. So 3ds Max, I use it basically to make the starfighters, the characters, literally everything you have in game, except at some point when I encounter some really specific designs, like the clone troopers helmets. I prefer to go first on ZBrush and just care about the major lines of the asset, then do a retopology and going to my subdiv level this way. Because making a sphere or a hemisphere like this, it's pretty simple. But making a clone trooper helmet, which has a really intricate design, it's not the same. So yeah. So here you have basically all the shapes you have are what we call dribble meshes, and then I place them one by one on the big Star Destroyer you have here. So of course here it's just a work in progress, you don't have every part of the asset finished. The good point with this is that they all shared a lot of points in a small UV layout, so I can have a good definition and textures while having a pretty nice definition on all the model itself. So of course it's really repetitive, but I think you don't really see it in the game since you have a lot of detail everywhere. And yeah, I found it a good way just to bring these details. Before this, I went through the Dribble plugin. Probably every fan of Star Wars using 3ds Max already know. But this one, we're just generating basic shapes like boxes or rectangles. It was not really detailed. When you fly, when you were flying near the starfighter, it was not good enough to fly next to the starfighter. So I wanted to have something much precise. Sorry, and that's why I made this way. I also use it for levels. So when I make a level in 3ds Max, first I create the big volumes and I test them in Unreal. So is it too small, too big, etc. Is it easy to navigate? And then for optimization purposes, I break it down to small Lego pieces. So for example, if you look at the archive shelves, the hollow shelves here, you don't have a big row of shelves aligned and you just put one mesh in the game. No, you have one single mesh, you duplicate it a lot of time. So when you are in game and you just see one big shelf in front of you, and this shelf actually occludes all the other shelves behind and the lighting, etc. Unreal will automatically trims what is unnecessary to render. And it's really important if you want to have your level working quite well. And here we are not talking about reaching 60 FPS, but staying at more or less 90 or 100 FPS. If we can, because the game is not using a lot of tech. It's optimized as much as I can. But yeah, it's pretty simple, so you should remain pretty high in FPS. So here you can see a clone trooper. So how I model this is by making really low poly version of the asset. For example, when I have to make a cylinder like this, I just make a few insets and extrudes. But if I can avoid making some indents and bumps that could be done through the 3D code, which is the texturing software I use, then I don't model them. So as I've said, I use ZBrush to block out the complex shapes, so like this clone trooper helmet, which is not pretty accurate. Okay, you have some issues on the mouse part. Of course, it's not exactly correct, but it's good enough to put some vertices for a good topology and then just use the subdivision mode to get the final model. Also, I like it just because compared to 3ds Max, it's much more reactive. When you want to sculpt something, just don't use 3ds Max, use ZBrush. And if you do something quite heavy, like the Jedis, for example, which has a lot of different variations, heads, hairs, etc. And some parts you don't want to model, you just want to put some strokes and having a good sculpt, you better go just through ZBrush. So yeah, the clones were made in 3ds Max because they have a pretty simple armor, except the helmet, as I've said. But if you just take, for example, the forearm pads, forearm armor, it's literally a cylinder with a few inflates at some points, but it's really, really, really simple. Then I used it also for some what we call hero assets in environment. So when you do environment for a game, often you will try to reuse a lot of the same texture. So this means you can't do like a sculpt like this and then bake this to a texture and use a single texture just for this guy. No, you will prefer to use a existing texture to map it automatically or almost on your model, and then reduce the performance impact. But for some assets that needs really precise details or shapes, it's better off to go just with a standard assets pipeline. Let's say this. So yeah. Then I've used 3D code, so maybe you've seen some videos of me texturing the clone trooper. This is basically the software that I used to create all the textures of Star Wars Redemptions, like really all the textures. So you have the clone trooper, you have the trees, the grass, the starfighters, everything you see that has the textures has gone through 3D code. So here you can see the helmet with the little details on the paint, etc. It's not exactly Clone Wars like, but you still have some shapes that mimics really Clone Wars. But the texturing itself is a balance between Overwatch, which is more realistic in the treatments of materials. Like when you have a metal, it's really metallic. But if you look at the texture details, the brush details, it's extremely subtle, it's extremely soft. while in the Clone Wars, you really feel all the brush strokes, but you don't feel that much the material properties, like when you have some metals. Well, metals are not shiny every time, and it's, yeah, so I wanted a mix of both. So 3D Coat, as I said, I've used it for everything, so the characters, the environment assets, like this guy here, or like this tile. So when you make something like a wall and then a pillar, etc., it's good to have a texture that works everywhere. So this kind of texture, I made it through 3D Coat. So here I can use this part, for example, for the temple, big part of the temple. This one, which has more details, that can use it for interior details of walls or the bottom of the temple. Here I don't think I've used the metal parts, but I could. These are used just to, well, make metal bars. So yeah, with this texture I can do literally everything I want. Then we have Akeytsu. Again, this software is just a beast. It's wonderful, and I won't say enough how much I love this software. I used it across various projects, but especially on Star Wars Redemption, and for everything that has some life in it. So it can be a character, but it can be also a logo, or a starfighter, or a little mushroom jumping in a lull. I guess you know what I mean. And by the way, these mushrooms should have some voices one day. I need to just record the good voice. But yeah, you should expect to meet voiced mushrooms in Lumberia one day. So yeah, so Akeytsu, I used it on everything I could on the project. So here what you see are basically the characters. So you can see the clone troopers, the battle droids, droidekas, which unfortunately are not in the game yet. They are in the game dev, so we have it internally. But that's something quite difficult to understand in the terms of code for me at this point. But maybe one day that's something I would like to bring, since Thomas did a lot of animations for the droidekas, and I think it would be good to see his work in the game actually. So when you look at the character, you have this little green skeleton, and it's actually how we called it in 3D. So when you have a character in your game, so if you play Overwatch or Call of Duty or Diablo or any seems the chat just disconnected. Il y aura la possibilité de revoir le live en fin de rediffusion. Et oui, tout à fait, je le posterai dans, à côté des autres lives. Mais c'est vrai que ouais, c'est parti pour être long, parce que là je vois on est à Akeytsu, ouais, il reste encore 2-3 pages. Même pas que 2-3, même pour être honnête. Du coup, pour en revenir à ce que je disais, ouais. So, when you have a character in a game, you have the model, the textures, and the skeleton. And then you have the animation, you have some VFX, sounds, etc. But here what you can see, the main components of this asset are the mesh, the 3D model. It's the same thing, just different words. You have also the skeleton and the textures that gives you the colors of the character. So the skeleton here, it's just where you want to control some part of the 3D model. So if you want to raise the arm, for example, you need to make a little point here on the shoulder, and then hop, you can raise or lower, etc. your arm. And you do the same for every part you need to bend on the character. And this can be something else like traditional joints or bones. For example, the Jedi have their closing parts always rigged and animated in the project. So you have a way to control the cloth, basically. Ok, je te souhaite bonne soirée alors, en tout cas. Je regarderai la fin plus tard, mais super intéressant de partager tous les détails. Écoute, il n'y a pas de souci, passe une bonne soirée toi aussi, et puis bah ouais, c'est tout le but de cette vidéo. Je voulais montrer un peu l'envers du décor, quoi. Pour qu'on se rende compte un peu de tout le boulot qu'il y a derrière, parce que c'est, mine de rien, je vois pas mal de gens, de gamers, et pas mal aussi pas mal de gamers qui se plaignent que les jeux vont pas assez vite, que le dev rame ou quoi que ce soit, et voilà, et aussi plein de... Pas tout le monde, hein, bien sûr, mais et je vois aussi plein de collègues de développeurs, en fait, que ça commence à saouler, en fait, et du coup, petit à petit, on explique comme on peut à quel point c'est compliqué de faire un jeu, quoi. Donc voilà, c'est ma petite pierre à l'édifice avec ce projet. Je ne le fais pas que pour ça, bien sûr, mais voilà, ça fait partie de la démarche. Voilà. Donc gardez à l'esprit que rajouter un perso dans un jeu, c'est pas easy peasy. Non, ça prend des semaines et beaucoup de développeurs et beaucoup de thunes, en général. So let's go back in English. Question: when you animate a walker-like character, such as a droideka, a tripod, or a spider droid, I did a spider droid actually for the trailer. Do you animate the walk cycle yourself, or do you go for procedural leg IK? No, I don't go procedural leg IK. Actually, I have IKs. All the red dots, not dots, but the red handles you see on the character are locked IK targets. But this just allows you to lock the position of one joint and having a automated resolution of this chain when you move the pelvis here. But this doesn't make all the animation stuff for you, because first of all, it's automatically calculated and it won't go necessarily in the direction you want. So if you want to bend the droideka in a different direction, it's better to go in what we call FK mode, so free kinematics, if I'm correct. Forward kinematics. Well, sorry, it's been a long time since I never explained those words. But yes, forward, because if you lock this point, then all the shape, if I may say so, of this leg will depend of this point and on its parent. But between you won't be able to move them. When you are in forward kinematics, you are moving first this one, then this one, etc., etc. So each child inherits from its parent, basically. I'm currently struggling to understand which of these two approaches is better. I would say that the IK is good just to lay out your pose. So, for example, you just well, let's actually really dig into this. I hope it won't lag. But I would just show you just the big points between these two approaches. So let's open Maven. Wait a little. Okay. So here we have Maven. Cool. We'll make a new animation. No name. Okay. So when you want to make a pose, what's really cool, actually, is that you know, if you want to place the legs with the pelvis, it's better, in my opinion, to like placing these foot where you want, For example, this, or maybe just this, and then you just grab the pelvis and you will move it to adapt the posing. Okay. So this is one way to do this, and it's pretty efficient and let's say cool just to watch when you start. But if you take the opposite way, it can be cool too, because what you want to achieve basically would be, okay, I want to have maybe the pelvis oriented like this, maybe a little like this. Okay, cool. Then you want to have both legs roughly on the ground, so you turn them really roughly. You don't really mind about is it perfect or not. Okay. And once you've done this, so you can also bend a bit more, etc., etc. It's up to you, cook. But when you've done this and you need to fix actually the foot plant position, well, then you just reset this value. You will reset also the rotate value, so the foot remains aligned, and then you turn the IK on. But the IK has two functions. So first of all, you have the possibility to lock the feet, so it's really cool. But it's also a matter of animation. If your character needs to walk and touch some surfaces, so it can be the ground or the roof if you're Spider-Man, or the walls, it's cool to lock your feet where you put your foot on surfaces. But when you are in the air, for example, if Mevent just rotates like this because she does a big jump, or you know, there it would be less efficient to grab the target and try to move everything like this. Okay, you can use it if you want to resolve a particular angle. Okay, or reach a position much faster. But if you want to rotate and just bring the whole leg away, often I find it's better just to go the FK way and use the IK as a cleanup solution. So I hope it makes sense. And by the way, I'm in love with your project. You are what Star Wars community really needs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm not sure I'm what the community needs, but it's always cool to hear so. And yeah, but you can be better if you want. It's just a matter of just time, in fact. So yeah. Is this a walking animation? No. No, I won't make a walking animation like this, but I could actually, but that's not the subject of the stream. And I'm still thinking about the about what we will do as a shot, Star Wars Redemption shot on Akeytsu. It's still brainstorming, and when I will have the good idea, I will start this. So a stream just on animation and cinematic animation, so it will be fun. So next to this, we have the cinematic mode, so what I would like to make with you one day. And actually how it looked like before what you've seen in YouTube. So we have the characters, we have the frame here. So how you mind your composition highly depends on this. If you have a square one or a vertical one, or it offers different ways to compose your image. On the bottom you have the score sheet. I like to say this because to me it really looks like a score sheet with notes that every instrument or parts of the character has to play at a certain measure of time. And it's really cool in Akeytsu because you have all the layers you are working on visible at the same time. Well, you have a certain limit, of course, but if I'm correct, it's up to 8 or 10 layers, so it's really, really, really large. And so you can see how it's synchronized and if your timing looks correct or not, and you can move pretty easily any of these keyframes like you want. I also like the way that you can make a lot of tests inside of the file. Like for instance, here you have the few shots test. So if you're not sure to keep this shot because you need to improve it or change a few parts of the timing of the acting, and you don't want to erase your work, you can simply duplicate your animation, erase what you need to erase, rework what you want to rework, and if you don't like what you did, just roll back and pick up the old animation you kept safe. Of course, you can have several characters. I used like up to maybe 10 characters, if I'm correct, in my own shots, but Thomas made a big one with like 15 characters or 20 characters. So you can really animate a lot of guys inside of Akeytsu. And then pair it with Unreal Engine to make beautiful renders. Also, I really like the way Akeytsu is built. It's not a unsynchronized keyframe mindset. What I mean by this is that when you put a key on a layer in Akeytsu, it will put a key everywhere on your character. So basically, it's like if you drew a pose in 2D, in traditional animation. And then when you put a second key and you move just the arm or just the foot, etc., then just this part will move, but in fact the whole character will be ready to move. And it's really important just because the fundamentals of animation are built like this. And animating in Akeytsu is much easier than in Maya or Blender, etc. Like I've tested myself Maya, and I liked it back then when I was a student. I've tried 2ds Max, and honestly, it's a trap to animate on 3ds Max. No, seriously, it's really bad. And later, when I totally gave up on animation, I discovered Akeytsu and learned to just actually love making animation. It's something quite hard when you dig into such kind of making a game project. Like you have to make textures, models, sculpt, rig animation concepts, a lot of stuff. And when something become just easy to follow and really cool, it's extremely nice. It helps you to just push the project forward. You want to actually see what you could do with this software instead of being forced to just restart a lot of time because it crashed and do a lot of play blast to be sure your animation will look good once in Unreal. And also, of course, since you can copy, duplicate animations, it means also you can store all the animations you have for a character, for instance for Maven, just inside one file and export it inside one file once more. So you have one Akeytsu file, one FBX, and Unreal just reads that perfectly. So this means the architecture of the project is much more compact, easy to follow. So it's really a good point. You have also a cool way to track your animation, which are called in Akeytsu ghosts, but it's literally the onion skin method, you may know. This allows you to track the evolution of your character from the previous frame or frames to the next frame or frames. You can also turn it just on keyframes if you want to really focus on posings. It just depends. But the good point with this is that it can help you to track pixels of your motion. It's not just motion paths, which are, of course, really helpful things. But here you can see which parts you are actually modifying. So I've selected the pelvis here. So you can see the movement of the pelvis through the animation, through the space. So you can turn around it. And if you go really, really deeper, so like in this layer, with much more keys, you can track every pixel of the character and have in the end a extremely smooth animation, extremely controlled. While when you are using motion paths, you lose this kind of precision. It's cool as well, but I prefer going this way, personally. And I've used motion paths in the past, but yeah, I really love the simplicity of this and the fidelity of the motion, because actually you could have a motion path for a troll character, a big character, and just see a thin line. While here, if you have a big character, you will see the big character, the big pixels moving. So you have a better idea of what actually you're animating. Also, as you can see, it's extremely epurred, simplified. Like the UI itself is really generous in terms of viewport space. And when you have to deal with a lot of softwares, it's cool to have something like this. It's really reliving and yes, it's like offering you a deep breath. So really welcome. And of course, you can rig whatever you want. So maybe not the AAA characters with a lot of joints to animate, like tiny buckles and stuff like this. You can rig this, but it will be a nightmare to animate in Akeytsu, because you have just joints basically. So you have to find a good balance, make a good orient on your rig, and you can expect to have quite a complex rig, and having really cool animation with this. But if you push this too hard, at some point Akeytsu won't follow. Let's be clear with this. But yeah, for Star Wars animation, we used facial expressions based on joints only. We animated clothes, we animated starfighters, we made the whole cinematic with Akeytsu, so you have also the camera, etc. And everything was handled perfectly. So yeah, and I think I could have gone a bit further. Also, when you animate in Akeytsu, I didn't show this here, but you see actually here the whole rig of Maven. So you don't have any what I like to call hula hoops around the character. You know, these little nerves, splines you need to pick, or having a picker just to grab the good joints, etc., which adds up more to the interface. In fact, here you want to control something, just click on it and you control it. It's as simple as that. If you have some specific joints you want to control, you can still go through the picker list here, or like I like to do on my character, you can hide the joints you don't need. So let's say on this one, I just need this one. I can just get rid of everyone here, let this guy alone. And then if I want to select this guy, I simply can click on the joint, and the software will just take the joints pick first before the geometry. So you can play with this also to have some kind of controllers inside of Akeytsu. But the important fact is that you can really animate a puppet without annoying controllers around it, and it's really, really pleasant to have this. Then I have Marmoset Toolbag. So this is a software tailored to do rendering, baking, and now texturing. So I don't use it for texturing, but for rendering and baking. So basically, when you are in a game, you use what we call normal maps. And these are textures that can fake relief on a surface just based on the lighting and a few pixels. So it's really powerful to fake a high density of polygons across the surface, or some indents, some impacts, etc. So yeah, I use Marmoset just to bake this. And later I use 3D code to bring all the little details, like war paints, like bullet impacts, etc. And for the cinematics render, so I used it, but not for everything. Marmoset is a super cool software, like I really love it, but it's definitely not as powerful as Unreal Engine, because you can't import, for example, you can't have VFX in it. You have no particle system. So if you want to make an explosion, I guess you can make it, but you have to work around a lot, and it's bad. It's just bad. So it's cool for still shots like this one. It's extremely cool because you have a really solid RTX support. So you have a nice lighting that will go from surface to another, and like bounces of light. So developers will understand what I mean by this. And it's all just built up for you, and you just literally grab your models, you make your you bring on your textures, you make a few lights, and that's it. In Unreal, you need to connect nodes together to get your shader working like you want. You need to parameter a lot of little settings to get the looking you need, the rendering feature you need for your final image. So it's more complicated to get what you want in Unreal, but it can do also this job. But for the trailer, since we were just two on it, and since I was literally helped only on animation part by Thomas, I had to handle all the integration inside of the rendering engines, like Marmoset, like Unreal. So I couldn't just spend my whole time searching for a lot of parameters, etc. So I went to the most simple I had, and that's it. It's also cool for portfolio showcases. So if you want to present your work when you are a 3D artist like me, Marmoset is a really powerful tool just to have a good looking image. So here you have a different version of the trailer one I made. So I tried a few approaches for the skin texture, for the lighting, for the background, for a lot of parts of the look, the final look of the shot. So it was really cool to experience all these things, and yeah, nothing more to add to this. It's blurry, I can't see it. Yeah, actually, I'm sorry, the stream might be maybe a little slow. But yeah, I hope it will become better. Normally I've got a good connection, but yeah. So I've used it also for this shot, which was quite cool because Marmoset automatically calculates the lighting, since it's a RTX rendering engine. It will just use the emissive coming from this shot to light the scene, so you spend more time just making the animation look good, rather than setting up lights, etc. You just yeah, bring it to Marmoset and shot, and that's it. So it's really cool for this. And Unreal, so I've used it, as I said, when I had to animate more stuff like VFX, etc. On Geonosis, especially, I wanted to have These luxury hulks fair in the background. I needed to have some fake battles underground. So if you look there, you can see a lot of lasers and spider droids, etc. But it's really far. And if you look at it very close, actually, the models are, of course, really low, but it's just to make the job. But actually, this needed to be in Unreal to have the thing I would like to. And you have also the sound effects. This just brings more depth into the scene to just actually see this. So yeah, so this was done inside of Unreal Engine and based on what Thomas did in Akeytsu. So now, how did I start the game project? So first of all, as I've said, it was just Maven having a basic idle animation, a walk, etc. And really few assets. And this was in 2017. I'm bad at spelling the numbers in English, so sorry. So by this time, so like 5 years ago, I had like the 414 army of Maven. Okay, I had Maven, but just this skin. I didn't have the other skins. And we don't see, but this face, and this is the old face, very old face of Maven. You can see it on my blog on ArtStation if you want. And a few boxes like this, just to build a first like a landing zone, like you've just been dropped by a Republic army on this new world, and you have to explore it. So this is how the game started. Wondering if Disney will take this down. Listen, man, if you come here just to say this, I encourage you to look through the FAQ just to learn about it. But please just don't state this. This is just bad for the project, for the mental health of the creator, so me, hello. And keep it for you. If the project get a strike, it will get a strike, even if you don't wish it or wish it. Okay, but yeah, asking for it just don't help. And again, Disney never canceled this game. What happened before is I just probably went out of motivation for making this project, maybe a burnout, but they never went and asked me to stop this. So let Disney a part of this. Okay. And again, the only risk we have now is just, well, I'm alone on this. I don't want to work again with people on their free time, because it's honestly a big challenge to keep everyone motivated. So I don't want to dive in that again. So probably the game will just stop slowly and maybe come back in a few years, I don't know. But actually being cancelled by Disney is not a thing. I hope it's clear. So to go back to this part of the project, what's really important with this is that it will simply ignite what I call the creative spark, is the initial motivational part of this project. Like make a big project like this. If you don't have the motivation to do this at some point, you won't make it. So you have to find a way to stay curious. And for me, this was having the possibility to create a big world and having to do this because I can do this. Or because I could. let's say because I could, because I didn't knew I would make Star Wars Redemption like this. So yeah, this was really important to me to establish this at first. So the first level I made, the very first one, was the Venator hangars. It doesn't look like a Venator hangar at first, and it still doesn't really look like a Venator hangar. I was inspired by the Battlefront 2 game from 2005, of course. But apart from this, I didn't took any notes from reference, etc. And it was more just counting on my memory rather than counting on tons of references, because I didn't know how far I would go. So yeah, first of all, I wanted to have a hangar to just bring on my character, her first starfighter, and see how it goes together. And at the very first, this wasn't even inside of a Venator. Like if you jumped in space right here and looked around this piece, you had no Venator at all. You just had a block lost in space. So yeah. So this is actually the Venator level. So you can still recognize this part, maybe this one. Maybe this one, the ground has completely changed, and this little corridor, but yeah, I brought a lot of stuff in addition to this. But this first level was really a good way to start and to be motivated to establish a first way to create assets, because when you create a lot of assets, you have to define a production rule. So yeah, it was the first experience. It was quite close to actually what I did in the Burning Descent, like a lot of hard surface stuff, like metal panels, etc. So this wasn't something really new to me. And also it was a way to explore the level art and the level design. When you make a game, usually you first create a blueprint, a blockout of your game, of your level, with boxes, with cylinders and primitive shapes everywhere, just to have an idea of the level. And later you bring on finished assets to have the final level. But the fact is that I never liked to make things this way. Probably because you see the plan of the whole level, and I don't like to plan things. So first of all, what I wanted was to bring level in a more artistic way. Like here for Lumberia, for example, I build the cliffs, the trees, etc. And then I just assembled them to have a cool feeling of a level, but it wasn't made in addition to an existing box level, etc. I tried, but it sucked. I didn't like it. So yeah, the levels then I just made them like placing Lego bricks, finished Lego bricks, and together to get my levels. So also making the environments is a good way to explore a lot of parts of making a fun game like Star Wars Redemption. So first of all, you have the Venator, which was made with mostly just metal everywhere. And at some point I wanted to have more natural stuff, because when you model this, it's really particular. You really don't sculpt everything. You can texture artistically. It's the coolest part, I think, of making these assets, but you don't sculpt a lot of stuff. So then I started Geonosis, And there I was pretty happy just to sculpt a lot of rocks again, because I love sculpting natural stuff. So this was a good way to balance my work between these two. So when I no longer want to make rocks, I can go back to the Venator and reverse. Later I made Lumberia because having the Venator or Geonosis doesn't make you having real living assets. Like you don't have any tree, any grass inside of Geonosis, so it's quite bad actually. But it's the planet, it's like this, so it's cool. But when you develop the game and you start thinking, okay, I would like to have more than this. You can't just try another biome, and Lumberia was really cool for this. Like making a planet full of vegetation, foliage, and yes, it was really pleasant to explore this. So this was the third big environment I made, and having those three, I've stayed on this for like maybe 3 years. So building up some parts on each of these. And hello there, Lucy. And yeah, it was really pleasant. But on each of these levels, I wasn't really defining a precise level design. Like here, I was testing how many different rooms I could build. On Geonosis, it was like if I could make a canyon, if I could make a cave, etc. And but I had no real idea of level design with this. And on Lumberia, it was making the natural parts looking good, because I really explored this. So yeah, so a lot of new stuff to explore actually. And by this time, so I had one of the game designers, so actually the first one, so Fantin, telling me that at some point I would need to settle some direction for levels. Imagine what what a level would look like, what I need to tell through this level. So we just spent some time on exploring, okay, what we could do. And the very first one we wanted to do was Geonosis. Like we were skipping these two because Geonosis was already a big one, and we thought if we were to make a playable demo, we would like to have a full level, just one level. So we just started this, and at some point, the way I was making levels and probably the way I was organizing the project was no longer good to Fantin. So that's why he left at some point. Not just this, but that's one of the reasons he left. So when our only blueprint guy left, the game had no menu, no gameplay loop, no finished level, and we were just two guys, two artists, so Thomas and I. Thomas making only animations and myself handling all the rest. And I really wanted to make a playable demo at some point. So at this point, I met the Akeytsu team. And in this team, there was one programmer, Thomas Robin, who did, when he was at school, a little fun game about the Incredibles, and following the tutorial of a famous YouTuber who no longer makes video, but he was making great tutorials on Unreal Engine. and actually a full course on how to make a 3D platformer. So for those who are interested in French, pour ceux que ça intéresse donc d'apprendre à faire un jeu vidéo en 3D, moi j'ai commencé du coup à assembler les blueprints, etc. Moi-même, grâce à un gars de mon boulot de l'époque qui s'appelait Thomas Robin, qui s'appelle toujours, il est toujours vivant, hein, et qui avait fait un petit jeu sur les indestructibles, et il avait suivi juste en fait un tuto pour faire un platformer 3D sur Unreal. Et, voilà, le cours s'appelle c'était faire un jeu Unreal, faire un platformer 3D de A à Z avec Nico, de la chaîne Nico fait des jeux vidéo. Et le tuto est juste super bien fait. Et bref, Algie, mon frérot, ton jeu est incroyable. Merci à toi. Merci beaucoup. Ravi qu'il te plaise. Et j'en parlais en début de vidéo, mais il y a une nouvelle version que j'ai sortie, alors je crois que je l'ai publiée hier. Donc je mets à jour la démo de temps en temps, donc n'hésitez pas à regarder un petit peu si je mets des messages sur Twitter ou ArtStation. En ce moment, c'est pas mal Twitter. Du coup, bah voilà, vous pouvez télécharger la démo et il y aura des trucs neufs un peu dedans. Là, c'est surtout du gameplay que je fais en ce moment. Je fais plus trop de décors, je rajoute des petites touches à droite à gauche, mais c'est surtout du gameplay, des fixes de trucs qui déconnent, etc. Voilà, voilà. So after this tutorial, I was able to just make the first version of Star Wars Redemption, which sucks a lot. I won't lie, it was really, really poor. I didn't have any. I had the basics of the UI, and maybe I can show you this first version. Actually, it's quite fun. Maybe the stream will crash. If the stream crash, just come back in 1 minute and I will just restart the stream. But yeah, I hope not. I really hope not. So it just started. Okay. Oops. Oh, maybe I crap. Oh yes, I could manage this. Cool. Yes. So you can see here the first version of Star Wars Redemption, the 1.0, the V1. By the time you had like just these levels, and it was extremely, extremely poor. Like really, really, really. So if you look down, you see just nothing, not even a mountain or stuff like this. You had a bugged dash, like if you dash while not being in the ground, the dash goes much too far. Okay, the animation was not quite there, and I did not remake the cloth because here the rig also changed. Some event could have the double lightsaber, and you had this a lot of little bugs. So yeah, and behind you can see the old version of Lumberia. So this was when I tried to make this with boxes, and honestly, it's extremely frustrating to go this way when you have all the rocks ready to shape out your levels. So I know it's the standard way to do things, but I don't like this, honestly. And yeah, maybe we have the following. No, it's even close. Yeah, so it's a very, very, very old version of the project. So to go back to this this show off. So this first version of the demo being built, I wanted to bring more stuff in it. So I tried like 4 months approximately, and then I gave up. I gave up because it was too complex to bring what I would like to have in the game, like bring back enemies, like it was a lot of blueprints to it actually, and I wasn't ready for this. So I concentrated my efforts on the art book back then. So this was in 2019, and during this year, I almost didn't touch the project. And that's something you can expect when you make a project long like this. You will have high moments and really low moments. So yeah, is it planned to be able to shoot with blaster or control clones? Alors pour te répondre, non. En fait, ça, c'est quelque chose que j'aimerais avoir si demain le jeu je le fais en entier. Mais dans l'état actuel des choses, je suis tout seul dessus, je compte pas repasser 1 an comme un taré à faire la démo. Donc non, je vais pas les mettre dedans. C'est beaucoup de boulot de permettre à Maven de shooter. Rien que ça, c'est beaucoup de taf. Et après, pouvoir contrôler les clones, alors là, voilà. Et ça inclut plein de variantes. C'est-à-dire contrôler les clones, ça peut être soit avoir un bataillon qui te suit comme dans Star Wars Battlefront 2 en 2005. Et ça, j'adorerais, hein, perso, avoir une petite équipe que tu peux ramener à toi quand tu veux en plein champ de bataille, ça pourrait être trop bien. Mais ça pourrait être aussi avoir une petite équipe avec laquelle tu te balades dans les niveaux comme dans Dragon Age. Et ça aussi, j'adorerais, tu vois, avoir un clone avec toi, un contrebandier, ton apprenti, j'en sais rien. Et en plein milieu, bah hop, tu changes de perso et tu repasses sur... Ça peut être super. C'est des mécaniques que j'adorerais avoir, mais c'est des trucs hyper compliqués à mettre en place, surtout quand, bah, comme moi, tu découvres tout le code, quoi. Alors je m'éclate sur le peu que je peux faire, mais c'est compliqué. C'est quand même très compliqué. Donc voilà, je veux pas m'aventurer là-dedans pour l'instant. So the answer rapidly, so no, I don't want to make Maven shoot or control clone just because I'm alone on this actually, and I don't want to make another year of not sacrifice but extremely intense work, because the last year was precisely that for me and this project, but not only. But maybe one day, if I get to make the game completely with the team, with the license, with all the planets aligned perfectly, yes, that would be pretty interesting, and I would like to have both the Battlefront 2 from 2005 ability to command troops. So you are in a battlefield, you have troopers around you, and you can tell, okay, follow me, and you have troopers following you, especially until they die. Or maybe end. I don't know if both could couple well. But having like a small group like you have in Dragon Age series. I really like these games also. I didn't mention this in the inspirations at the first part of the video, but yeah, the Dragon Age, especially Dragon Age Inquisition, I guess. These games just inspired me a lot for the environment hugeness. Like it's really open, it's really big, and it's really beautiful. And also you have 3 followers, and you can experience the game through every of these followers. You're not forced to play the main characters, and I would like to have this at some point. But this is extremely complex to bring into the game, so I won't do this alone. Really not. And lastly, this one. So I skip a lot of things, but when I so in 2019, in this summer of this year, I had a guy, so Charlie McShane from the channel X2, who just went by mail to me just to say how much he loved the project and how sad he is that the project just stopped. And he would like to bring some exposure to the project, and I gave him everything he needed to make his video. And by this time I was in holiday, and I was not wanting to dive back into Star Wars adoption. I had a cool job at Nuki. I was learning animation, and I was starting to make new characters, not in the Star Wars universe, and I was liking that pretty much. So, but yeah, at this point, Charlie made this video, and at the end, he said that the project couldn't go much further because I literally quit. And a lot of fans of Star Wars, of the work I did on Star Wars Adoption, just asked to not let down the project. So by seeing all the amount of love the followers just put into this project, I and Thomas, we thought like, okay, we need just to make the project at least just for the fans, if not for us. So yeah, thanks to this video, the project is here now. If X2 did not make this video, we weren't there. So yeah. But after this video, I went to get a new programmer. So we had one in 2019, just helping out to fix a few things and helping to bring new enemies in it. So the battle droids, but they were not fully working. So that's why that was still cool, but a little demotivating at some point, because you see that you won't ever have the battle droids facing you correctly. So you think, okay, I won't make this game. And later, so this guy helped me as much as he could. So this was Alexander Sheremetyev, and his work was still really, really awesome on the blueprints, and he helps me on some points just to be convinced myself that the project was worth being developed. And it's really important to have this kind of support when you are making a project like this. So thank you. If you're here, I don't know. Thank you, Alex. Then I had another programmer who's called Thibaut Humpler, which was a really, really old mate. And the guy which helped me to make a platformer, a 3D platformer, back then when we were making Le Voyage de Léo, so the first project I've told you in this video. He was helping me on the programming part, and I asked him if he was ready to jump on another adventure with Star Wars Redemption, and he told me quite lately, but he told me, okay, let's go. And so he brought a lot of parts one by one, like the dash, like battle droids, enemies, some logics of abilities, and it was a cool support on the project, but he wasn't able to put a lot of time into the project. So at some point we needed the help of another guy in 2022, so this year. And because he couldn't work on the demo in the previous year, so 2021, we decided to make the trailer with Thomas. We just released the V1 of the demo, and then I worked extremely hard. You have to know that to bring you the V2. So during the year 2021 and later, so I lost my job at Nukidra because if you don't know, the enterprise just failed, and it was not because the product was just bad. As I said, Akeytsu is still a pretty awesome software for animation, so that's why I keep using it basically. But yeah, for economical reason, and I won't go much further. The structure went down, and yeah, we all lost our jobs and had to find a new way to evolve. So outside of new freelance work, so because I'm freelance now, I was still developing Star Wars Redemption, and quite hard this time because I really wanted to bring this to a new level, so to have new enemies, to have new environments we didn't have in the V1, to have more fixes, more logic. So a lot of new stuff, and of course I wanted also to have the Starfighter system. So that's just to give you an idea of the timeline, the global timeline. So this is the very first level. How is the progress? The progress, let's just show you where we are. So we have new menu, we have a lot of new options. So I recently, like yesterday, I've just added the DLSS support. So if you have a RTX card and a NVIDIA, I guess, I don't know if it's supported by AMD, I'm almost sure not. But this will help you just having much more FPS. Like on my computer, I couldn't really play the game in Ultra, but with DLSS, it's easy peasy. I can launch the game in Ultra. So by doing so, I had to adapt a little things in the game, like shaders, like foliage, sorry, and so on. You have also new options if you want to start fighting. Each time you start a clone level. So First Order 66 will just force clones to attack you, so you don't just walk in levels, you start fighting, and it's really cool. I also modified a few shaders, etc. And I keep working on this, but really lazily, just to fix a few bugs and bring more maneuverability to Muven. So yeah, to give you an idea, for example, now when you just make your jumps, you have a better feedbacks just on and it's a really small points when you're a player. Maybe you didn't notice this, but before, when you were jumping, oops, like this, okay, you didn't have this little recover animation, and you didn't have this little roll, like so, the little effects on the ground, and you could not attack right after I jump. You needed to wait for the animation. So these are all the little improvements I made recently, like also when you attack a clone, you have a better feedback on just the attack. Well, you can also die still super easily. You have new animation on these little potions. So if you played Diablo 1, this should speak to you. If you really liked Diablo 1, you have all the potions not there. in this piece. Maybe I will also add new rooms to these levels, so to make them a bit bigger, because that's not something quite hard to do, because I have the assets to make them. Up. So yeah, here, if you really look close, you can see some Diablo 1 potions. This is really a little thing I wanted to have, because I as I said, I just love this game so much. So yeah, this was my first video game, I guess, when I was a child. So quite hard, honestly, but yeah. This is an amazing game, and you have all our support. Yeah, thank you, man. You know, the support is like the motivation fuel of a fun project like this. I guess it's really hard to just move on your own. You need this at some point to have some fans, Star Wars fans that can be hard, and I'm a hardcore fan. Not hardcore, but when I don't like it, I can be almost toxic, I would say. So yeah, I know the community, and how well the game has been received is just so awesome. So every fun game or every indie game should have communities like yours. Well, like Star Wars Redemptions 1. So when is the next live stream? I don't know. And probably the next one will start the Star Wars Redemption animation shot. I wanted to. I have asked on my channel what you would like me to do, like live sculpt or animation, etc. And the cinematic shot just took the lead. So yeah, that would be probably the next thing. So this first level, as I said, was just a really big sandbox to start seeing how I can make a level. So technically, you're not focusing on how to make shaders for vegetation, etc., but more on how you can create bricks that will stick together well, be quite optimized, even if this level is probably the least optimized of the whole pack, and also see if you can experiment, if you can navigate easily inside of this level, and how fast you can develop this so you can develop other level. So you're making me want to play Diablo 1 again. Good game. Yeah, go play it. And also I didn't mention it, but recently I've played Diablo 1, but so on PC I finished it several times on PS1 because it's extremely easy compared to PC. But the PC version always scared me a lot, just because you need to navigate with your belt and the inventory. It's really hard, I think. And instead of having just one stroke to just call mana potions and heal potions. So, but I started it again with a mod that brings Diablo 1 close to, not Diablo 3, but maybe Diablo 3. Sorry, my French is coming back from time to time. But Diablo 3, yeah, or Diablo 2, or maybe Torchlight. It's also more smooth. It supports better screen resolutions, etc. It's called Chernobog or Bezelbub. We'll write it so you have it. So Diablo 1 mod Chernobog. Yeah. And go check it out if you like Diablo 1. This just brings new experience to this really cool game. And yeah, you have a better leveling, you have more stuff, you can I guess you can craft stuff, you have more spells, you have a lot of things really awesome in this better game, and it doesn't change the initial mood of the game. Like, you retrieve Diablo 1 feelings when you play it, just with up-to-date kinda gameplay and graphism. Even if it's the graphism from the original game, it's, I don't know, it's smoother, it's yeah. The custom Star Destroyer looks cool. Yeah, thank you. You know, at some point I was afraid that a lot of people spot that the Venator was not accurate, and the game was crap because of that, etc. Because I know it's not accurate, and hopefully everyone found it really cool. Or at least I didn't have any issue on this. So yeah. So then in this Venator, I explored other rooms, so like this one, which served first to make a anime challenge. So if you are in animation, you probably know this. If not, then anime challenge is a regular like monthly challenge for animators to create a shot based on a specific subject. And for this one, we had as a team making a Overwatch intro, and it's really cool. When you look at the Overwatch intro, no matter how bad is the game now, the animation itself in Overwatch always looked wonderful. And I'm sure in Overwatch 2 it's still the same, it's still wonderful. But yeah, so we could make an animation with the character we would like to use, but as if it was a part of a play of the game animation. So you're not animating a gameplay animation, just a beautiful shot of a heroic character. So Thomas, again, who animates Maven from almost 10 years now. So he made the animation of Maven, and I made the environment around her, so it looks more professional, not just like a character in a grayscale environment like we have almost every time when seeing some of these contest animation. And it's okay because we see animation, but I wanted to have something really polished. So I went and I made this environment, and finally this environment make it to the game, because the render was made initially in Marmoset Toolbag, so not Unreal Engine. And in the end, I just brought this environment inside of Unreal Engine and expanded it a little to make some starfighters in it. So you could see the Naboo starfighter, the Delta E starfighter, which is this one here, and it's a custom starfighter I made for Maven, like not 10 years ago, but almost. And basically this room was here in case I was not successful on making the starfighter bonus levels, because I was alone on coding this, and I didn't know where to start. That was also something I really wanted, so it was a big challenge to make those. So, but I made it, and it looks, it's not perfect, but it looks pretty cool. So I'm quite proud of this part, to be honest. So yeah. Then we have Geonosis. So Geonosis basically is a sound environment, but the sound environment, as many environments for this project, starts with a drawing like this. I really like to draw. If you could have a look at all the blocks of paper I have near me, you would understand what I mean. It's like starting in 2D before digging in 3D. Even if you are about making a level or a character or a new gun, or I like to iterate just with a pen and paper and a good music, of course, and a pint of tea, because I like to drink tea. But yes, just don't dig in 3D, because all the technical stuff can go, but later. So here I can just try different moods and ideas. And here you have the big hole we have now in Geonosis. So having some pipes to lead the eye of the player. So the player will just need to look down to see what's down, and actually see, oh, okay, I can jump down because I need to catch some firefly and yeah, dragonfly. Sorry. So yeah, and yes, I read the comment, but yeah, a pen and paper, it just never crash or bug. So our Windows update, that's something we don't say often as game developers, but we struggle a lot with our computers, and it's not because you are on a Mac that you won't have any bugs. It happens to everyone everywhere, and very often. So yeah, it's really a hidden part of making a game, but be sure that you will experience a lot of crash. So yeah. And here is the final result, as you can see, but in the developer mode of Unreal. So you can see all the VFX, all the dragonflies area of capture, etc., etc. I will just need to make a little pause, because I need to make a pause. I will just bring back the menu here, and yeah, I will be back in like 1 minute. So yeah, if you have questions, write them. Si vous avez des questions, écrivez-les, faites-vous plaisir. And when I will be back, I will start over. And I'm back, sorry. The project looks great, can't wait to see more. As I've said, you may have to wait a few years. because I don't want to crunch again on it, and definitely. So the demo is cool in its state. I may add a few more things to it, but I won't bring a lot of new things from this. And maybe one day it will start as a real game development. So we will see. So yeah, again, Geonosis. Yes, Lumberia. So Lumberia, it's a really specific environment because it's a magical one. Really inhabited with the Force. In the lore, Lumberia is a really old planet, and where the first inhabitants were controlling the Force pretty well, but convinced it was something close to magical powers. And actually, they were calling this magic. This was before we even knew Jedi or Sith, or maybe in parallels. But I want to set this before they can actually fly from their planet. Maybe in some kind of a medieval age. So, but with a sorcerer, maybe I don't know if we could incorporate some dragons, but yeah, something really fantasy more than science fiction at some point. But yeah. So this planet allows me to mix up both really old stuff and some stuff that can look magic with sci-fi stuff. So you can have, for example, a big starfighter crashed into a mountain with trees, etc. And the mix works quite well. But yeah, so here it's not a Star Destroyer, it's just a starfighter, and yeah, it does the job. It's also an environment where I had to deal with a lot of new things, being the trees, and the trees, as you know, are moving. So you can't imagine having a big tree masking the whole environment, so you're okay with the details of your image. You need to balance the number of details you have per pixel. So for instance, when you look at the trees that are quite far, so here, and you compare them to this tree here, which is closer, you can see there is a difference in the details of the leaves. You still have the cut leaves, okay, that's cool, but you no longer have all the details of the little spikes. Not spikes, spindles, or I don't remember the name for this, but yeah, the goal was to have basically more detail to what's close to the player and less details to what's further. But less details doesn't mean low details. Not low details, but low low art or stuff like this. It needs to be summarized. So you have a color coming from from bottom to the top. So it describes the evolution of a tree. So it's darker on the bottom leaves because they are more older. And when you go to the top, you have a much more brighter tree. And this just helps balancing the image, basically. Also, you have these really big caves. When you start a asset like this, it's not the same as making just a trunk of a tree, because the size is quite different. So you have to find a way to actually depict a interesting shape when you look far. So obviously you will spot the tiling, but you need to find a way to hide this tiling and at the same time make sure that when you are close to this surface, like walking on this, it's defined as much as possible. And honestly, I could have went a bit further to have really a really detailed rock when I'm close. But I think this does a pretty decent job to have this. So to create this area, for those who are interested in game development, I played a lot with the normal map intensity. So of course, this whole asset doesn't have UVs. Well, I think I've made some, but you see the seams and it's not good enough. So this is all made with a triplenar shader. So this means that it's world-based UVs. So you don't need to make UVs actually. And then with that, you adjust the intensity of the normal where you need to actually see it. And it's interesting because from here you have a hole with the light coming in, so you can expect to see details here. So you can push the normal from these points, and when you go in the shadows, you can remove the normal and just leave the base color do the job. And you have this mix of both, offering a cool detailing of your shapes. And of course, you have the base of the model, the 3D model. So if you sculpt the base pretty well, then add the base color that has some cool detail in it, and then only on specific points you bring on normal maps, you can have a pretty good mix like this. The only thing I would add today would be detail when the player really walks on it, like seeing the grain of the rocks. This would really bring a better definition of this asset, but that's pretty much it. Then we have this part. So you may not know, but this part of the environment of Lumberia, I wanted it almost since I started Lumberia. So back 4 years ago. So it was really something quite huge to build, and at the beginning, to be honest with you, I was not aware, or not aware, but I didn't have the right tools and the right techniques to build this, because it's a big environment, like the cave we have behind. And it's a temple, and I don't want to have a random church or a mosquée, une mosquée, je sais pas comment on dit mosquée en anglais. Bref, I didn't want to have a existing building, religious building. I wanted to have something different and that really is part of Lumberia. So I tried a lot of ideas. I draw a lot of things, a lot of pillars, a lot of interiors variations. I made blueprints of the temple, as you can see here. But I never had, even here, I didn't have the idea of how the architecture would look like and how the temple would look like. It was really something curious to make. What map is this? This map is the Lumberia temple, but it's the Lumberia temple before the temple was actually here. But here you can see the basic architecture, or the basic pathways we have in the temple. But the problem here was that the pillars looked too like the dwarves pillars of the Lumberia, the Moria in the Lord of the Rings. And I didn't like this. I wanted to have something really unique, really specific to Lumberia. So again, I spent a lot of time just trying to find the good shape of it. And when I brought the V1 of Star Wars Redemption, so 1 year ago, almost 2 now, I still didn't have this temple because I was still not happy with the design I wanted for the pillars, for the dales, for the roof. And I was also unsure on how to tackle the big parts of the temple. So actually, I think you can see this temple in the V1 if you... I saw 1 or 2 players hacking the game at some point just to find this environment. But they could only see it while falling far away, so yeah. And later I had the idea of making flower pillars. Like instead of having regular arches like you would have in a church, I was like, what if these pillars were like big flower trunks? So I don't know if we can say trunks for a flower, but yeah, the body of a flower, and on top of this pillar we have the petals. Not sure we say petals in English. Yeah, definitely not sure. I should have always a translate thing near me. Oh yeah, we say petal. Okay, cool then. So yeah, this makes some flower petals, and I kept this same idea for all the top of the pillar. And later it became just evident to have this in Lumberia, which is a lushy planet with lots of vegetation. It was really in line with the environment. So I was extremely happy with this. And you know, when you find this idea or an idea like this and a project you make, like you've been searching for so long, that when you find the good idea, you know it instantly. It's like, okay, it's this, it's the good one. So then you can see the Lumberia temple from far away. So I had also to build up the wall surrounding of the temple. So at first it was extremely and still extremely empty. You have like some clones just waiting you in the area, but you don't have many points of interest. So yeah, in the futures, if I could rework at some point the Lumberia environment, I would keep the temple and everything that is already here, but I would probably, instead of expanding more the map, try to detail more the existing area, so the player could really explore interesting parts in this. And of course, I went to make this hidden area. At the beginning, this part was meant to be a rift town, hidden rift town, but the rift was extremely big, and I couldn't find a good way to blend the rift with the actual landscape around the temple. So I decided to hide the cave into the ground, and it was also a cool way to make this place really amazing, really blue, with a lot of magic everywhere. So in the end, it turns out extremely good, I guess. Looks really cool. This project is super inspiring. Thank you very much. So happy to inspire you. Hey, Gent Boy, how are you doing today? Ah, I guess you know each other. It's cool. So then we have the Luxo Hulk, and this one was quite late in production. It's probably the last level I've made, or the last kind of environment, because I've made other levels after this one. But I wanted also to have a level dedicated to smashing battle droids, and what would be best, just Luxury Hulk levels. So yeah, and also I wanted to explore a technique I've more or less set up on the archives, Jedi archives sample, just to see how efficient it could be. And this level was extremely fast to create. It's not necessarily the most detailed. It's extremely repetitive, of course, but still it has some lot of designs to get right. So yeah, but the texturing part of it relied only on a atlas map, and it's extremely faster to build environments this way, instead of texturing this pillar here, then this pillar, then the ground here, and also you end up with fewer maps, so you can really optimize your game better. You build environment much faster, they still maintain a good looking aspect, and it's optimized. It's just perfect. Those cruisers interiors look really good. Yeah, thank you. And accuracy, yes, it was something I wanted to get right. So again, a lot of references, and thanks to George Barros. If you don't know this guy, I will write his name here. But if you want to experience a I don't know how to say this, but a realist experience of the Phantom Menace environment with droids, realistic environments, etc. So Redemption is cool, but it's not realistic. So you have this guy. He's on YouTube, and you can get his demo the same way you can get mine on ArtStation. And it's extremely, extremely cool as well. So yeah, I don't know if I can put some links in it, but actually, let's just I need to show you this because it's really impressive. ArtStation. So just let me bring this here. Okay. So yeah, you can see literally this, and in real time, and with RTX, and it's extremely awesome. And you have so just the time to load. Yeah, you have all these environments. It's just insane compared to what I did. It's on another level, honestly. And you really have the exact mood of the Phantom Menace. It's impressive, and you get to play a battle droid. It's fun. You can shot on other droids, and it's really, really cool. So if you want, you can get to his ArtStation here, and so type George Barros ArtStation, and you will find him pretty fast. And then in the store, if I'm correct, yeah, you have the game demo, like mine, honestly, and then you will have a link and you can get it. And if you have a RTX card, really try it. it's yeah, it's awesome. So you see, compared, mine is more stylized, but also it's darker. Thank you for the recommendation. We definitely check about, yeah, do this. Did he extract Need for Speed hit models? Because I noticed picture of it. No, it's a 3D artist like me, so maybe he worked for Need for Speed actually. Maybe. It's more likely to be this. But no, George is a 3D artist like me, and we do love to create stuff, not to repeat. So yeah. Also, I wanted to bring some new touches to this level because it's well known, and but in every environment, I like to just explore what could happen if you go to areas you don't understand. You don't have to explore in the films or in the games. And I recall in the PS1 Phantom Menace game that we had some side corridors to explore in the very first level of the game when you get to play Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. And I never got to finish this game actually, but I really like this. And it was also a memory when I made this environment. So having this side, so underground corridor was, yeah, a way to explore what we don't see in the films. Then we have the Jedi archive. So this one also I wanted to bring on some moods from the episode 2, episode 3, and some games we played, like Battlefront 2 from 2005. The Force Unleashed, if I'm correct, you could explore the temple. Maybe it was on an extension, probably. And you had this in the Old Republic also, but in a different design because it was much older. So I wanted to have it, and also, to be honest, the way we see holobooks, I wanted to just make this little effect, and then I built the whole environment around it. It's almost not a joke, really. So yeah, just this part, and I built around this, and it was really cool. But I learned a lot of stuff while doing so. For example, if you go to this level, so let's open this. So I will rapidly go here. Okay. Oh no, there is too much clone. Too many clones, sorry. So there is a few things I explored while making this, especially on the lighting. So when you make a game and you want to keep the game optimized, one thing you want to do at some point is baking the lighting. So you put some lights like this, and then you calculate the shadows, the illumination, to different properties. So you have a map and a proxy fields of light bulbs, if I may say so. So the player can be illuminated every time he passes through a light. But I'm not a fan of this technique. So I'm not a game developer at some point. I don't work like a game developer dude. So yeah, so every light you have in the scene is not baked. It's every light is fully dynamic, and it's not using Lumen, Unreal Engine 5. It's all on Unreal Engine 4. But there is no real huge technology there, behind this. It's just using some masks that matches the windows or the position you are using them from, and that's it. But you don't really produce shadows. So you have not costless light, but almost. The fog here is just a mesh. So I'm breaking down how it's made, but yeah. And actually, for this light, for example, it's just a profile. So here, if I don't put this profile into the light, actually I would be into the light. But since it's masked, then Maven isn't lit. It's not lit until she goes into the light, like so. You also have some interesting interactive objects like this. So when you go close to it, Maven plays with the force to manipulate these little lighting rocks, a bit like Luke did in the Empire Strikes Back. But since she's a Jedi, powerful, etc., she does it while she fights, and it's really cool. This also brings up some light to the level, and it's also a good way to prune what you are not using as a light inside of the project, inside of the level, so it reduces the cost of a light actually. And it's the same here. So a lot of lights with profile and boom. She looks good, yes, with the robe. Actually, the robe is... I almost didn't want to bring this to the game because it was really hard to get a good-looking cloth. I'm still not really fan of it, to be honest with you. But you feel the flow of a cloth, so it's okay. Ooh. Poor clones. Poor Jedi. Ugh. So let's go back to this. So yeah, bring back some new effects. Play with the architecture. So let's go back to the game because there is a point I'm sure no one noticed, but it's something I really like. You see these little chandelier, let's say so. They move according to Maven's position. So if Maven is close, then they will move. And slowly return to a calm movement. It's a little detail, but that's something I really enjoyed making. Also, the design of this chandelier is pretty simple. Basically, it's just imagine a chandelier, but you reverse everything. So you have the candlelight reversed, and instead of having flames going from the bottom and trying to raise up, which would have looked quite crap, you have little diamonds or lighting diamonds or gems, and this is maybe more calm, more peaceful. I don't know if the term is correct, but yeah. Zoom up. So let's pause the game and go back to the presentation. I've been dark on this project for the last 5 months, and oh, it's crazy how much has improved that lightsaber combat in the clones. Yeah, the 5 last month, but actually the version 2.0, it's close to 5 months old, but not yet. And yeah, there is a lot of new things. You have new levels, you have bonus levels, you have clones to fight, you have new abilities with Maven. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff. So feel free to re-download the demo, because that's just the only way I found to keep the updates working, and yeah, you can have fun with this. So the Jedi archives also have the server room. So I wanted to have something close to what we had in the Revenge of the Sith, but also the Battlefront 2 from 2005, and with a mix from the Old Republic kind of look. Like they had big bold structures inside a temple, which should be calm, and where you should expect to have like trees, like sky, like, and no, you have big metal pipes, etc. So I wanted to have something like this. And also, as for the holobooks, yeah, I wanted to explore the servers technically, like how I could make these racks of servers efficiently, so it's optimized, but they don't look the same, and the effect works well across this. So a lot of little parts, but I really love to make this part of the environment. You have a demo that's awesome. For sure, trying that. Yeah, if you want to try the demo, you can read, if I'm correct, in the description of this video, you can read blah, blah, blah. You can read the details and grab the link to get it. I don't know where I could see that. Maybe, oh yeah. Okay, so if you want to get the demo, if you want to get it, you have to go on ArtStation. So on my ArtStation, of course. Go to my store, but the demo is free, so don't worry. And just grab the free version of the demo. So yeah. The clone blaster for Maven. Yes, I can choose this. But we'll have to wait. I will just go on a safe zone, so I won't get hit. Okay, so just wait a moment until she gets the animation. By the way, let's talk about this new edition. You can now modify the in-game camera. So it's a bit like how Ansel works. So you know, you can pause the game and make the best screenshot you want. But this is a camera you can modify and use when you play, which is a bit different. So what you can do with this, of course, is zoom in, zoom out. You can offset the camera like this. You can, if I zoom out, you can modify the field of view like this. And yeah, we see the blaster of Maven. Okay, you have the Kenobi pose. It's cool if you want to, you know, just see the animation closer, or the model. So if you want to look really close to Maven like this, you can also bring on a cinematic mode like this, so you can really frame Maven like if you were making a cinematic, which is cool with the random idols like this. And of course, you can also decide where you want to bring the focus. So, for instance, just do this. Boom. So wait a little until, yeah, we get the focal point right to the lightsaber. So you can really zoom close details of the character. It's really cool actually. Also, you can play with a gamepad now. So I've seen a lot of comments asking if I can add the gamepad, etc. It's already playable with the gamepad. You don't have every shortcuts on the gamepad because it's pretty limited compared to a keyboard. So you have the main gameplay actions, of course, but all that's about customizing the character look or the camera, stuff like this. This is only on the keyboard. So okay, you can also change the color of the saber. You can also change the intensity of the saber if you want to really have a big torch, big torchlight where you can illuminate the whole level, but it's really hard. Yeah. And you can, of course, still change through every outfit if you want. That's a nice camera innovation though. Yeah, thank you. I like the way you can actually, you know, experience the game in a more cinematic view like this. I remember that's Assassin's Creed 1, the really first one, had a camera working automatically to you know, bring the camera on the right angle when you see at the character. So for example, if I move to the left here, the camera is well placed, but if I move to the right, the camera should be like here. And Assassin's Creed 1, the first one, really did this extremely well. And if possible, maybe that's something I could bring one day. Maybe, I don't know. So let's go back in Jedi. Oh, and the Jedi has also a helmet mod, which here is just a hood mod. Like so. Hood and a cape. Which makes Maven looks maybe more like a Sith, but yeah. Oh, I'm low life. Maybe I should stay here. Yes. I've seen on your Insta that we can fight the ship like the Naboo one. Can we do it in the demo? Yes, you can. You can. What you need to do is actually to grab, you see these little blue fairies. So, of course, I've captured everyone, but if you don't capture them, you won't have access to the bonus levels. And the bonus levels actually are those where you can pilot the starfighters, but you have also small arenas with a lot of characters to slash. So it's pretty cool. But if I go like the Naboo one is cool, but actually I really like this one. Just for the the striking bolt. It's really cool to see. And yeah, I showed this also not on Instagram, but you know, have the Star Destroyer combat, like they are fighting each other with big laser blasts, and you can navigate through this. See the turrets firing actually. So it's really cool. And you can also face some starfighters. So you need actually to see them. I wanted to keep the UI quite simple for two reasons. So the first one, obviously, since I'm alone, I can't develop everything, so I'm just happy to have this, having the interface, a strong interface with objectives, etc., would be better, but actually I can't make more. So you have like auto shoots, you have some automatic homing projectile, like they will try to hold down the closest starfighter. And yeah, you even have some it's really a little detail again, but you have some spotlights on the starfighter, so you can see the details and the dark parts of the big ships. And you can also, but that's really anecdotic, and I don't know if it will make crash the stream, but we'll try. Hop. Yes. Okay. You can, using Ansel, go inside of the starfighter and actually see Maven piloting the starfighter. You don't have a first person view, but you can see the character just inside of the starfighter. So nice Kenobi pose, by the way. Yes. That's animation made by Thomas, and yes, I really love it since the first time he showed me this gorgeous animation. I love her animation, and yeah, hey, she's hot. Yes, yes. You know, actually, the first name of Maven was a sexy Jedi in a clone armor. So it was intended to have a, let's say, good-looking character. Let's say. Totally assumed. What about game sounds? Actually, game sounds is so sounds you can get in YouTube, or I guess there are some abandoned worlds and stuff like this. So most of them I get them from the Battlefront from 2005. So this is really old stuff. And yeah, but since it's with the music apart, I don't know how to make, and since to reach the level of a John Williams, you need to have a really talented composer, and there are unfortunately I won't say no one on the planet, but close to no one nailing his level. Of course, I put the music of John Williams, and it's not intended to make copyright infringements and stuff like this. It's just I love it so much that making a Star Wars project without John Williams is just not a Star Wars project at some point. Or music quality close to this when you make a fan project. So yeah. Will there be voice acting? I hope one day there will be, and I hope to find one day the good French voice for Maven. If one day there is voice acting, of course there will be French and English and probably other languages, I hope. But since I'm French, I would like to have the original version being the French version and not the English version like we are used to have. It's quite sad at some point for me, because I think in France we have a lot of really talented voice actors, and seeing that even French production starts in English before hiring French voice actors, I think it's a bit sad to just opt for this first, and yeah. So this is a new map. No, it's not a new map. It's the initial one you had in the version V2 of the demo, like in July. But this map is only unlockable if you complete the whole game, like if you have captured all the little blue creatures. It's really cool, GG. Thank you. I'm gonna farm those fairies. I want to play this. Yes. Have fun with this. Have really fun. Don't hesitate to read the control panel when you are in the game. If you need to understand how to control the character, the starfighter, you have the command panel. So if I let's go back in English. Yes. So if you go in the control panel, you can see every shortcuts you need to know to actually explore the game. It's only the keyboard. I didn't put the mappings for the game controller because I think it's more obvious to just grab a gamepad and try every button to see what they do instead of a keyboard. So here you can see everything you need, and the most important one to not get lost into the level is this one. So when you hit X, if you still needs to find a little blue creatures like you have here, for example, or here, they will emit a big halo, a big blue halo around here. But if you are behind a mountain, for example, you may not see one that will be hidden behind the mountain, etc. So pay attention. Just move the camera while you press X, to see if a halo or something close to a halo shows up, and so you could go to the good direction. Will there be a UI to track expandable like torpedoes? To not have infinite ammo. I guess it could be good. It could be good, but I'm seeing the space combat actually as a mix between what we have in the old Battlefront series and what we had in Lego Star Wars. And I didn't play the episode 3 of the Skywalker saga, but from the old Lego Star Wars I know. I'm not sure they had some limits to what you could fire, and I actually liked it. So I see it like as a button I could use or not if I need to spice up the game or balance the game. But if I don't need it, I won't add this. Currently, the objective I would like to have when you are in space, but just currently, not for the final game, but just currently, it will be having a timer within which you need to kill a certain amount of enemy starfighters, and possibly having enemy starfighters being able to kill you, because actually they can't. So yes, that would be interesting to bring, and later maybe using the flying mode to split. Let's say you are in the Venator, you need to escape to go to Coruscant, so you need to find a way to your starfighter, and then you fly. You need to escape to some Arc 117, stuff like this, and you arrive at some point to finish the space mission. And you have a cinematic, and then boom, you are on the Coruscant level, etc. Will there be more Republic Navy ships? Probably as the CIS ships. Yeah, and probably next ship I would like to model. I don't know if I will make one because it's maybe out of limits, but I would love to have more. I don't recall the name, but the General Grievous Star Destroyer. I don't recall the name, but I think it would be a good addition to the fleet, and also the Munificent, if I'm correct, because it's a small frigate that could help populate the levels. Because actually we just have the big luxury hulk, and we miss more. Controller support. It's also it's there. It's already there. You can use actually a controller in both space and ground. So I'm planning to make a new clone trooper to spice up the ground combat, because I think it's too easy. Maybe it's not when you start the game and you can be killed quite fast, but after a few hours, you just master every battlefield. So I think we need to have a bold guy. So maybe one with a shield, maybe, or maybe one with a more dissuasive weapon. Let's say things like this. But I'm not sure I will make it. So again, just take it with caution. So to go back to this varying environments part of the presentation, I wanted also to have bonus ground levels, and instead of having linear levels like we have on other levels at some point, like Geonosis, you have one start, one finish. Here I wanted to have some loops. So in Lumberia, the loops is pretty obvious, but on Geonosis, it's more intricate. You have corridors, etc., etc. Even if the level is in fact quite smaller, yeah, these levels are here just if you want to have fun indefinitely. Okay. Also, once you reach the end level, there is something I want to bring to your attention if you didn't notice. It's that every level you experienced before, like for example let's say the Lumberia Temple. First of all, you won't start from the start of the level. You will start from a random point between pre-set starting points. So this means I've still I've defined a few points in the map, and when you start, you will get one of these points, and you'll get to start from there. And from here, what we'll have is twice more clones than before. Like, if I go into the symbol, it's not quite obvious, but let me find a better one. Like here I have a good spot, if I recall correctly. Yes. So every battalion you've fought before will have just more troops for you to fight. And some get really deadlier. Like I have one, if I go this way, okay. So not this one is a easy one, okay, bye. Yeah, so here you have a red field of flowers. Just after you have some red lights, red bulbs. Okay, and after this you have probably the hardest part of the game, with a lot of troopers everywhere. So it's extremely hard if you don't pay attention to the controls, etc. So you can get killed really fast. But if you are okay with the controls, it can be done quite rapidly. But here I died because I'm focused to speaking. So yeah. When you die, by the way, I've made a video on this, but let's just recall you this. If you hit change level once you've just died, and you go to the bonus levels, you will have the Jedi Purge level, in addition to all these levels. Only if you die. And this level just aims to create a big battle between clones and Jedis to see who wins or how many you could save. So as you can see from the start, I've just remains only a few Jedis. The two that went actually ballsy were hit down pretty fast, and I'm having a quite hard time. Okay. So here you will need to be careful of if you don't have any clones in your back, if your health is good, because it can really fall pretty fast, especially with the twin blaster troopers, which are a nightmare at the moment. Okay, and last one. Boom. Okay, but this is a unfinished level. Actually, I would like to have a like a side part of the Jedi Temple, where you would see the top of the temple here, and then surrounding you, Coruscant, like big buildings and you know, the traffic areas, etc. So a lot of work actually. So, but this is something I may add to this demo to give you an idea. There's dismemberment. Yes, of course. It's so cool to play with this. Which Jedi character is your favorite from Star Wars TV series? It's a good question, actually. I won't say Ahsoka because it's too mainstream. A lot of people just like Ahsoka because we have a lot of Ahsoka. So, but I like Ahsoka actually. It's a good character. As a Jedi, I would choose between Ayla Secura or Luminara Unduli. Probably. Kit Pisto is a bit too cocky for me. Like he knows he's a master and he's less humble than others. So yeah. Probably Ayla, and also I was a bit sad on how she died in the episode 3. It was like a really powerful character, and her death was too simple. But yeah. I got you. So next we have, of course, the flying levels. And flying levels, if I can tell you a few things about how I set up this level, so you can have an idea on how it works. So first of all, you have a big area where you can fly. So all the starfighter, the star destroyer you will see, you can navigate up to them. You can reach them and fly near the star destroyer to see how they are built. So it's pretty vast. It's pretty cool. Each of these environments have a specific purpose. So those two, Fractalium and I-10-2, are more for the story, the lore of Star Wars Redemption. Those two are more for really pure fan. Yeah, just fanboyism at its highest. Like, I really loved the N1 starfighter, so I wanted to model this, and I wanted to pilot this, and I wanted to have Naboo and the Luke Hulk, etc. So it was obvious to make this one. And from the day I made the Venator Star Destroyer, I always wanted to one day be able to fly nearby this big Star Destroyer. So like the opening of the episode 3, which really impressed me. Still nowadays, when I look at this, I'm like, okay, they just made it like 20 years ago, and it's extremely precise. It's rich. It's beautiful everywhere. Like, that's what I love the trilogy. By the way, it's a solid care of details for every pixel. So it's wonderful to dig in this every time, and you see new details every time. It's really it's a moving masterpiece. So I wanted to have some kind of the Battle of Coruscant feeling. So I won't say I'm close to what we have in films, because it's really far away. Honestly, I don't have big explosions. I don't have all the starfighters details. I don't have factions flying in formations. So and I can't board on ships. So it's really far away from what we have in the films. But I wanted to have a beginning of feeling. So that's why I've made these maps. Then I wanted also the player to not always start from the same point. That was not the case when you had the version 2 of the demo. But I've brought that recently along with the random spawn of the player in the existing level when you finish the game. And it really makes sense. It's you don't want to spend all your time just flying and flying over. At some point it's boring. So every time you restart the level, you respawn possibly from another point. You can respawn from the same point. I didn't exclude this because I don't know how to do this yet. But so you can just experience the battlefield from another point. Then you have the starfighter logic and the turrets logic. So when you spawn into these big environments, of course, I could not spawn all the starfighters and all the turrets in the wall maps. It will be way too heavy. I've tested it actually, and I found some way to cut down the assets so the resources remains quite stable. So the turrets first, they are activated basically only when the player is quite near them. It's like 400 and 1000. I don't know how to spell this, but let's write this. Okay. Okay. It's not kilometer, it's meter, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, for turrets. And then, so after the turrets, you have to deal with the starfighters that you can actually shoot and kill. So each time you spawn a starfighter, you spawn basically a 3D model, so it costs. Each time you spawn a starfighter, you spawn also a path. It has to choose, so this is also code, and I guess it costs more or less. So let's say it costs as well. You also have some pretty cheap, but still it's some draw calls. So you have some VFX to make the laser shots and the engine trails. So yeah, it costs as well. And you have some timings, some delays to auto-destroy the starfighter, some collision detection when the player hits the starfighter. So it's a lot of code you need to replicate across a lot of objects. So the less you have codes to process, the more you can spawn starfighters. So I kept the code pretty simple. And of course, I kept the starfighter inside of bubbles. So when you enter a bubble, the game will spawn the starfighter and you will enter a big fight, and the bubble is big enough so you can really navigate inside of it and fight and follow starfighters. But if you leave the bubble, it will automatically remove all the starfighters from the computing charge of the level. So the level will remain light at some point. I don't know if it makes sense, but yeah, that's how it works technically. So you can have, when you enter a zone, a lot of starfighter to fight and to fly with. Did you watch Andor? What were your thoughts on it? I loved Andor. Like, I really, really loved it. I hope the next shows we will have will just be as well written and performed. But as far as I know, I guess we have other projects being built in parallel of Andor. So these projects, maybe they didn't have the same standards of quality than Andor. So this project, I don't expect much from them. And to be honest, it's Mandalorian season 3. If I'm correct, we have the Acolyte and the Skeleton Crew. But as Andor was also a surprise, maybe others will be a big and good surprise as well. So, but Andor just sets the bar pretty high. So yeah, and I was really excited every time we had the episode on Wednesday. I was like, okay, I want to see the next, and since we don't have more, I'm sad, like a lot of you, I guess. So yeah, it was a pretty good show. Are you going to upload this picture on your Instagram? I don't know, probably not. I want to keep my Instagram just for doodles and drawings. So yeah, probably not. Are you planning to make a recolor Imperial Venator for the Empire scene? Actually, I have it because the recolor Imperial Venator is just a Venator without any marks. So it's the base model I start from. You know, if I want to have several war paints, like the one from the Obi-Wan and Anakin army and the one from the Maven army, it's better to have a base layout, like a blank page where you can draw the patterns on. So yeah, the Venator without any marks is the Imperial one, and it's already there. Maybe you can see it if you go into the Lumberia levels, because in the sky you should be attacked by the Empire, because it's post Order 66, and I'm not sure I've kept the Obi-Wan and Anakin look. So yeah. So for this next slide, so we are entering the really interesting content here. So we have Maven variations, and if I'm correct, I skipped. No, we have the Jedi just next. So here's the goal when I made Maven variations, was to go away from these basic patterns. Even if the first patterns were a bit more innovative compared to what we had in episode 2, maybe episode 3 with the clone troopers, etc. It was pretty like straight lines and not really innovative patterns. So I wanted at some point to shift out from these primitive marks, if I may say so, to a more personal one. Also, this one is more in line with the origin of Maven, which is Lumberia. So you have some leaf patterns on the armor, and this connects her more to her world. Then you also have the blank armor, and this one was made especially for the trailer. So when Maven discovers her armor at the beginning of the trailer, she's on Camino, and she's before the Battle of Geonosis about to command her own army of clones. So she doesn't have an armor already customized. So this is her own armor, her first armor designed for her, and later she will make these markings and then transform into these markings. So this is, let's say, the pre-Clone Wars armor. This is the, let's say, the phase 1 Clone Wars, so from season 1 to mid-season 3, if I'm correct. And then we have the season 3 and the beyond. Is he going to have a phase 2 armor in episode 3? Not sure. Not sure of it, because I like the design I have on her custom helmet and on her armor as well. And I don't see the... I don't like actually the clone, the phase 2 clone armor as well as the phase 1. So I want to keep Maven on the phase 1. Yeah, that's a design choice, but yeah. And probably she will be more like this, close to the episode 3. She will abandon her armor, maybe keep a few parts, and retrieve a more Jedi outfit. Because she shifts out of commanding her army with Order 66, etc. Maybe more tensions by the end of the war. So yeah. So here the goal was to make some variations. So in games you only have this one. I wanted to make some variations between the maybe the novice version of Maven, which is a more classic outfit, so just based on the color schemes. Then we have the more assumed version, so mixed with the initial version and some red, since, as you can see here, she likes red. Or I like to put some reds in her armor, so I like red. And then fully red, because I wanted to just test out what she would like. She would look like in full red, and I really liked it. So I kept this armor version for the final game. yeah, I like her Jedi outfits. I like it so much as well. So then we have other characters we need to vary. So it's the clone troopers we can see in the Lucre Hulk and in on Geonosis. Prior we could see them in Coruscant level, but of course these were definitely not canon. So I changed them for the phase 2, and later I was like, okay, so phase 2, so Order 66, so maybe this level could have some enemies in the end, and that's why we have Order 66 in the Venator. But in the end, it just makes sense even with the scenario itself, because Maven is in her Venator when Order 66 is declared, and not really in the position you have in the game. It's I want to have her in her personal quarters, and starting from here, so having just one clone trying to assassinate her failed, so later she escapes, then the 414 just sends more clones, so she tried to avoid clones, etc. Get back her apprentice, which hasn't been chased by clones because she is no longer force sensitive, and then the duo of two just find a way to escape and to go on Coruscant. So this totally makes sense in the end. So here, to just vary the marks, I wanted to take the Maven armor of the 414, so this one here, and just make some derivations, maybe more simplified, just to the clones. So basically, the more they have marks, the higher they are in hierarchy. So here it's the Captain Rex of Maven, which is called Red Jaws. Here we have a classic clone trooper from Camino, so no marks. So you can make actually any army clone trooper if you want. I made only 414s for the project, by the way. Here you have Maxon, so it's basically the mercy. If you think about Overwatch, it's the mercy of the 414, so the healer of the group, which can also repair droids and starfighters, so both healer and technicians. So again, a little Easter from the old Battlefront. And here you have Axel and Crusher, which are both much more standard clone troopers, with this one being more able, let's say this, to just fight from really, really far away. It's like the sniper of the group. Yeah, and this one just brings more cheer in combat. Like it's a buff for the group. Then we have the phase 2. So these were made from the beginning to be clone trooper that you will have to fight. So I wanted to make, of course, the 501st, because it's the one we see in films, and it's a really important trooper we have to fight in the temple. So I had to make these ones, and I also love the design. And also I wanted to make this shock trooper, because the bold red blocks in the armor, I just really love them too much to not do them. So yeah, you have them as well. You retrieve the Camino trooper just in case I need to make more armor variations. And then you have the 414 variation. So it's more like to the... It's closer to this design of the Maven's armor. So it follows the Maven's evolution. And also it has some different base color for the armor. If you look, you have a darker plastron, you have darker legs, arms, etc., etc. Then we have ARC troopers, because they are so class. I just love these so much with all their packs and holster and etc. You have a lot of stuff. You find this guy, you know they are bold guys, and it's really cool to dig in this. And also it brings more variations to the game. So for each factions, I make different armor. So it's the same armor, of course, but you have different patterns on it. And on the base armor as well, you have different patterns. So you can mix this, which is the base armor, just with two variants of the texture. So here you have the Arc Trooper texture variant. But if you take a look at the clone here, you can see it's quite reversed. So the thighs are white. Here it's fully red, while here it's reversed. Same for the torso, etc. So when you mix all these parts together, which are completely separated in Akeytsu, so I can export various versions of the character. I can vary even more the Arc Trooper looks. So that's why you have different variants of Clone Trooper in game. Then I wanted also to make a R2 unit. First, because I wanted to have the little companion of Maven being here, not just in the Starfighter, but physically here in the level at some parts of the story. So you can find him in Lumberia temple, actually, at the very beginning of the level, near the crashed Starfighter. Sorry. And you can also find him in Geonosis and in the Lucre Hulk, if I'm correct, and I don't think I miss any. I don't think. And then I wanted to bring the R2D2 version just for the Coruscant level, because we had the 10 Easter egg. I wanted to bring also R2D2 near these guys. And yeah, of course it's not canon because during the Order 66 R2 it's just not inside of a Venator. So that's something that will probably go away in a future version of the game. But yeah, I wanted to bring each of these skins at some point into the game. So yeah, if you look closer, you will see this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So doing their job, repairing stuff, and yeah. Then we have the battle droids. So you have the most classical version, so the security droid and the random droid, I would say, so basic ones. Then you will have the pilot droid, so it's the weakest one you can find. And actually, when you go into the Lucre Hulk sewers, so the underground of the Lucre Hulk, you have mostly only pilots. So it's really a level where when you arrive there, you look at there, you can be a bit afraid because there is a lot of droids. But in the end, since they are extremely fast to overcome, it's just pleasant to dismember a lot of clankers. Then you have the commander droid, so it's a harder droid to fight. And then the 10, which never fights against you. It's just here to decorate. Geonosis battle droids. Actually, you have Geonosis battle droids. So if you open the Geonosis map, you will find every battle droid that can spawn. So actually, you have this one and this one only, having a Geonosis skin at some point. So it's just a more brownish color. But if you are speaking about the B2, sorry, battle droids, so the big one, I will probably add them in the final game. It's a mandatory thing, but probably not for the current version of the demo. so the current demo only. I wanted just to point out that between these guys and these guys, of course, like between these droids and this one, there are some parameters that are much higher, like the life, like the rhythm of shots, the number of bullets, the distance where they can shoot you, etc. They have also some precise respawn rules. So, for example, when you kill a droid, a battle droid, if it's this one, or this one, you have one chance on 2 to get this one at respawn, or this one. When you kill this kind of droid, you are forced to retrieve this kind of droid at respawn, which means that the more you will play a level with droids, the more you will have difficulty to overcome the droids actually being in this level. For the clones, it's a bit different. Each of the clones, troopers, so these ones, can spawn as 2 versions. You have the rifle one, let's say, and the blaster one. So these, when you kill one, can respawn as either the opposite or one of the 3 variants in Arc Trooper. So you have a twin blaster in addition, but you have also the classic blaster and the rifle one, which I didn't put there for some reason, but yeah, anyway. But when this guy will respawn, he can respawn as himself, or this one, or one of these 2, which means that you have more chances to get Arc Troopers in your map the more you play it than a regular clone trooper. So again, it makes the map more difficult to play if you stay too long in it. But it's cool, just it raises up the challenge. So then we have the droid decas. So these ones, so I wanted to have a elite version of the droid decas, so one which would be more aggressive, one that could attack you on close combat. But as I've said earlier, the droid decas logic in the code is quite hard to nail, so they didn't make it into the version of the demo. But if I can add them in this version of the demo, like if I can wrap my head around the code, I will bring them. But don't expect them to come in the demo. It's safer, honestly. And then we have the Jedi Starfighter, Jedi characters. Sorry. And these characters, so as they don't have a armor with a helmet, they needed to have also facial variation. So first of all, you have the outfit like this. So you have a dark one like Anakin, for example, with a more or less reddish tone. You have the archive one like Jocasta. And you have the Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan ones, so the more, I've called them the Consular, the Templar, and the Fougue one. Fougue, because in French, Fougue is like when you are unconscious, etc., like Anakin, in fact. And then, on top of that, you have the skin color and some races. I didn't make a lot of races for the demo. Again, I'm alone on this, so I've picked one I like really well, and I just made them. Also, to bring a bit more variation, you have shorter sleeves, so you can see the inside of the costume, and you can also remove these 2 pairs of clothes, but we'll see this just later. And then, of course, you can also have different models for the boots, and they have all the color variations corresponding to each of these. So you can actually have a 9 pair of boots. So you have a lot of different variations. So for the woman here, I made a ZBrush, a human, and a Twilight version. The ZBrush has only one skin color because I just wanted to have this version. And it looks quite friendly actually. I think having a Darth Maul or a more Datomirian version would be maybe too much, and having hairs in addition to the horns maybe would have brought some production issues because the Jedi were brought really late into the game production. So I'm happy actually that we can play with them, but it was really close to not being in the game. So yeah. You can vary the hairstyle, of course. So if you want to have a bold character, you can. If you want to have some hairs, you can. If you want to have a Twilight, you can. This is generated randomly when you start any level where you have Jedi. So you can encounter different Jedis every time you start the same level with Jedis, on Geonosis, for example. And for the skin colors, I've made white, brown, blue. I didn't make green because I wasn't much fan of the green color actually. So yeah, that's the only reason, I guess. And they all have their variation on the Twilight version. You don't have just the blue Twilight, you have also the green, etc. The green, the brown, the white. For each skin colors also, except the blue one, I've brought some different hair colors, so you can have different colors also per character. For the men, it's almost the same, except that I didn't create the Twilight for the man. So instead here, so you still have some hair variations, you have also the skin colors, etc. You just don't have the blue skin color, but you have the ZBrush, the brown, the white, etc. And you have also some birds because it's a man, so you can really mess up with this. So you have, if you look close to it, you have some Musketeer versions. You have a Wolverine one because I love the character as well. And you can have a combination of some. So yeah, it was a really cool part. Also, because the bird, how I made them were like, I started with full bird, like really a lot of hairs everywhere. And then I choose to remove some of the meshes, some of the polygons, and see what kind of shaving look I could have with this. So you end up with variations, and you get this basically. So yeah. Also, to bring on more variation, you have the lightsabers, and I didn't want to have classic lightsabers like we had in the games, like picking the Obi-Wan and just changing the blade color. No, I wanted to have their own set of lightsabers. I also wanted to have some double-bladed lightsaber guys, so I wanted to design one. So each of these hilts are really unique to Star Wars Redemption. You won't find them in the films or in the other games, etc. It's really proper to this. If you want to see more in details any of these hilts because you want to make one for a cosplay, I don't know, which would be really cool. You have more images on the ArtStation page about the Jedi characters, and also on the blog part where I put some sculpts. So yeah. When I designed this, the goal was to stick to the trilogy logic we had in the design of the lightsaber. Even if each Jedi has its own hilts, they still respects some rules, some design logics, etc. So you can rapidly make hilts that feels not as if they come from Star Wars. So I paid attention to this, and I wanted to have both some really technical shapes like this one here, and coupled, this one just coupled with really standard pieces you could find even in our own real life, like these rings or buttons, etc. So the mix of these, I think, brings something really interesting. And then for the texturing, again, like I used to do in 3D Code, I love to just dirtify all the mesh, but by hand. And by dirtify, I mean just fill out all the mesh with dirt, and then you bring like if you have a towel, but you are using in fact the eraser from your software. You just bring this and you clean up the hilt as if it were your own hilt, and you get just this result, which is really cool because it kind of breaks the 3D feel of an asset. It's not just bringing some smart material to tell, okay, it's metallic, it's plastic, it's paint, etc. Because it's just not enough. It's just you telling the software, okay, apply this algorithm and I will get magically a real metal. No, physically you will have something that is close to metal, and accordingly to what the software can just apply in one click, okay? But this doesn't make the asset looks good enough. So you have to find a way to push it to the next level, and to me this was the way I used to make the metal looks more used. So yeah, and if you look really close to the hilts, you can also see some marks inside of it, like if the Jedi has lived with the saber itself. So yeah, it was really important to me to do this. On the animation part and the setting of the IA of this part of the project, I want to mention that I've been helped by Laurent Dessart, which was here for the blueprint logic of generating random Jedis and making the IA function with the clone troopers, enemies, etc. This was a really big challenge, and it's hopefully he was there to help. He just saved the Jedi for this project. And also thanks to Thomas Schemmel, who just animated most of the animation idols and loops for the attacks, etc. for the Jedi. It was a really hard task, and I'm really proud we made it. So yeah, and just to tell you how the Jedi works, in fact, you have 100 Jedis, you have 200 Jedis, so they can pick each time the hilts they want, so randomly, and you have the Darth Maul, let's say this, or staff kind of Jedi. So you have to make animations for all these 3 types of Jedis, making sure each of the hilts fits well into the hand of Jedi, so it's really particular to look for. And then you have to generate this properly, make sure the animation blends well in game. So yeah, it's really something difficult, and it's not super simple. Like you can see the Jedi has a little part added to the project. In fact, it's probably the biggest one we added to the version 2.0. So when I'm planning to make a Geonosis bulletin, j'ai vu. Man, this is some absolutely amazing work. Thank you, man. Agreed. Thank you, both of you. Who the Jedi Twilight character you make? It's no one particularly. Since the Jedi are generated randomly, you can't put a name on each of them. Like it would be too hard to then just retrieve that same Jedi. So no, they don't have any name, and they have, of course, inspiration. So Ayla Sequoia for the Twilight, of course. But yeah, I'm just astounded by the quality of super excited for this project. Thank you again, man. How many Lightsaber did you make? So 5 for the Jedi. Maven actually 2, let's say 2 hilts that can connect, but I have made a 2 other hilts, so a realistic one and a single one. But before she had a double lightsaber, and you can see it on my sketchup if you want. And I've made other hilts like Mace Windu hilts. I've made this one. The Obi-Wan hilts from episode 3 and 4. Maybe more the 4. The Obi-Wan from episode 1, because I just love this hilt so much. And the hilt of the Red Jaw's character. And that's it. I guess, yes. Last but not least, we have the UI. So the UI of Star Wars Redemption is not the boldest, the greatest, the whatever you want of every time. It's just a really simple, honestly, UI. You have just button, you click, and it opens a menu or a level. But I wanted to remain something like part of the game, part of the frame. So at first it was this really simple thing, I would say. At least we have the menu on the left, not on the plain screen. But yeah, the idea was still to make an idea of what you would like, you would be exploring later. So I wanted absolutely to have a beautiful menu, like if you had a game cover but moving, like in fact what you have in Overwatch. The main menu of Overwatch 1. I didn't play the Overwatch 2, but I saw some streams, and I think it moves a bit more. I wanted to keep something really static, so I ended up with this. And also, since we are in V2, we have Jedi, we have Clone Phase 2, I wanted to bring something more in line with the version actually you would be about to play. And also bring a French version, because comme je le dis souvent, je suis français, donc ben voilà, il fallait qu'il y ait le français qui arrive. So yeah, and also between the first and the last version, I've brought some more support to the widescreen versions and yeah, some stability improvements and stuff like this. The composition of the background is also a bit better, because here, you just have assets randomly placed, and it's not really good. The character is just in front. It's pretty bad. So yeah, so that's it for the showcase, show off, making of. I don't know how to call this, but of Star Wars Redemption. If you want to learn more or follow more the progress of maybe a bit the demo, but later it will be just myself as an artist, you can follow me on Twitter, ArtStation, Instagram, maybe DeviantArt if you have DeviantArt, but I post really rarely on this. And yes, and that's it. So I will close this, and let's go back to the main menu while we answer some questions. If you have some questions, of course. Are you the gaming industry as a whole had as much passion and love as you? Nowadays, we get games fulfilling a checklist of publisher than providing entertainment to fans. The good man. Yes, at some point, yes. My Twitter account is just type of Vexod 14, Vexod 14, sorry, and Twitter, and then you can get this. So yeah, about the game industry right now, I feel you. Actually, I have a lot of difficulty to just try new games. It's been a while since I didn't play Assassin's Creed. But I'm not the kind of player that will try a lot of games. Like if I find one game that I love, I can spend a lot of time on it. I actually loved Diablo 3. I loved before that Sacred 1, Sacred Underworld, Sacred 2, also Oblivion, Skyrim. And that's games I can still play today. And yeah. But I feel that the industry is more and more just checking some trends and things you need to have in your game before actually making a game you want to play. And so yeah, but I think it's actually this is a problem that more and more player can spot, and probably this is going to change at some point, because they know it, they still listen to the player and the developers. Just be sure that the developers, if you have enough of this system, be sure the developers are in the same boat and just they have built the bot, in fact, before I went in. I know a lot of friends that are not in the same how to say, not the same enterprise than me, and that feel also like this for a lot of years. So yeah, we get you. When can we expect the game to release? I don't know. Maybe never. And honestly, if you want to stay Cartesian and logic, it's never, actually, because I don't have the rights to make a full game, so I won't have the rights to make money with this. And I can't spend my whole life just making something for free. I have to pay my bills, like everyone, so I have to have a real work to actually pay my bills. And the more time fly by, and the less I can spend time in addition to a daytime job developing this project. And it's a pretty big project. And in parallel, you have also the technologies that keeps pushing much further than we ever imagined. You have game engines, you have all the tools that you need to stay up to. So it's a lot of things to keep up with. And I think I'm lucky enough to have been able to create this mostly alone, but I think it's not something I can handle myself. So if nothing happens, let's say in the legal point and the funding point of the game, then nothing will happen, and there is almost no chance something will happen by the side of Disney, just because the project has been here for a lot of time, and I never had not any tweet, not any email, nothing. So I don't know if I guess they know the game exists, but I don't know if they care. I don't know if they, if they want to back up a guy like me, which can be maybe risky, I guess, because passionate people have their own really own way to make things. So yeah. What type of game models are you looking to implement? Story mainly, or is gonna be some sort of PvP and such? So the game mode I would love to have for this game won't be PvP, it will be PvE. and maybe multiplayer like what you have in Lego Star Wars, like you can play on the same machine in co-op, or maybe by distance, but multiplayer is something really hard to implement. So I'm not sure I will go through this. And also the story of Maven goes through being lonely at some point. After the Order 66 came out, you have no more. You still have some Jedi allies like Obi-Wan, like maybe some other, maybe Quinlan. I think we had the clue that he is alive by the time of the Obi-Wan series, and I hope I'm not spoiling anyone by saying so. But yeah, at some point of the story, Maven will be alone, and if the player still play with a mate, I think you will lose this feeling of being alone against the galaxy at some point. So probably it will probably be a solo adventure like Jedi Fallen Order, like the Dragon Age series. So maybe you will have sometimes some folks following you, and maybe you will be able to play them, something like this. But yeah, not multiplayer, I think. And I want it to be a long story about Maven, about how she traversed the prequels, because she was born before that. So you have, before the Phantom Menace, you have the Jedi Temple, the Jedi High Republic era. So I want to explore this part, and I'm really happy that we have a lot of content from Disney coming in that way. So they explore it and they can give a good vision of how it could look like. And I won't lie, alone I can't imagine telling a better vision that what a lot of scenarists and artists from Disney and Lucasfilm can do. So I'm really grateful from them to explore this uncharted part of the story of Star Wars for everyone. But then, yeah, I would like to have a story that goes across this, the prequels, the original trilogy era, and possibly the sequels. But on her own way. I don't want necessarily to have Maven following Anakin and Obi-Wan, for example. No, I want Maven to do her own life, and maybe sometimes she will have a meeting with Anakin or Obi-Wan, and we will see them. But yeah, it's really about a story about Maven. Do you think you might make some other indie games down the line? maybe, possibly, because actually I don't find myself confident working in a big company. Of course, I would love to try. I like working for, I don't know, Blizzard or Ubisoft or Disney or Lucasfilm. I think it's a important experience to live. But as I think about the asset I create, I'm not sure I would be a good fit for those big industries. I'm not exactly sure on how it works, but I've heard some rumors that the bigger they are, the less you can impact on the project. Like if you work on a two guys company, for example, you are expected to do a lot of things. If you are working in a hundreds of guys company, you are not expected to do a lot of things, and you are more expected to do the same thing over and again. So, and this is not something that I'm confident into. So, I'm actually not efficient doing this, I think. So So yeah, probably a future indie game at some point with some mates I love working with, and yeah, I would love doing this. I really love. Actually, I would also love doing Star Wars Redemption with those friends, but as an indie team. I think it's something really, really reachable, and that could give really cool results. Seeing how far I could go just alone, imagine if we were maybe just 5 or 10. It will be just amazing. But at the moment, I don't seek necessarily this, and I'm just doing some freelance work from there to there. So I'm fine with this at the moment, and I will see what future holds. When is the next live stream come? I don't know. I know probably more or less what I will do in this stream, but I don't know when I will do this. It depends of the time I have, the motivation I have, and if I've got a good idea to animate, because at the moment I have some interesting idea, but not interesting enough to set a stream and being confident animating while I talk, etc. So it needs to be a really evident idea. So yeah. Did you saw Halo TV series? Is it going to be in DVD? I saw the commercial of it. No, I didn't saw it, and actually I didn't watch the Halo TV series. I'm not a big fan of Halo games, so I didn't want to look this. But probably it's super cool. I've heard actually a good thought about this, so it's probably worth the watch. Sounds like a really interesting story idea, diving into different perspectives of that time frame would be awesome. Yeah. So actually the thing I can do safely and that won't ruin myself is doing some scenario writing and improving the backstory of Star Wars Redemption. Because it doesn't take a lot more than just imagination and your PC and a notepad. And that's it. While making a model or even just a cinematic cut takes months to do. So working for a big company are great learning experiences and for evolving as a developer, but they tend to hire passionate people and then work them till they burn out, which is really sad. Exactly. And I don't want to experience this. So yeah, but it's sad because a lot of artists I've got inspired by are actually coming from big industries. I was talking about Renaud Galland earlier, and this guy was simply working as a lead character artist on Overwatch. So imagine being there. I guess it's something really fantastic, but it's also a lot of pressure to be in this kind of role or team. So just wanted to pop in and say your work is absolutely incredible. Thank you for all that you have given us. Man, thank you for these lovely words. Sorry, I've got a sharp English, to say the least. Really sorry. They're making season 2 of Halo series. Yes, probably it has worked well, so yeah, season 2 is to be expected. What sort of development experience did you have before this project? Well, actually, this project followed me since my last year in 3D art school. So I would say I've built both my personal experience and professional experience alongside, in parallel. So sometimes I discover something at work and then I improve it on Star Wars Redemption. Then later I discover something in Redemption and go back at work with these new ideas. And So it's like a ping pong party, and yeah, you evolve through this. So, but before today, I worked for small indie companies. I did some not trailers, but promotional content for the Swiss watch Omega. This was my first job, actually. I did some trailers in Unreal. I did work with amazing folks that now works on really cool studios. I'm pretty happy to tell that I know two of the technical artists from Arkane Studio at Lyon, and these are really awesome people. I guess everyone at Arkane is awesome like them. So yeah, really cool folks. I worked for Akeytsu for Nukegara, which no longer exists, but Akeytsu still exists if you want to make animations. It's a really cool software. I know I say this every time, so yeah. And I worked also on Gear Club Unlimited 2. I don't know if you've heard about this game. Probably. It's a game on Switch and also on iOS. And yeah, I was making environments. It was really cool working with an environment team, making some old school assets, because the Switch is a really low-end console. It's not a secret. So, this is amazing project. C'est incroyable. Merci beaucoup, Rastaz. And if you want to play it, you can. You know, it's available for free. You have it on my ArtStation. And I should actually put the link in my descriptions on YouTube. I don't know why I don't do this. But do you guys have any more questions? Because honestly, it's late. It's late, and I'm getting old, really old. What do you think about Unreal Engine 5? Man, it's a really awesome software. I know technically it has some flaws. So to speak again about my friend, technical artist, he told me a lot of stuff about Unreal Engine 5 that isn't really cool. But from myself being a humble developer on Unreal Engine 4, sorry, Unreal Engine 5 is just a big leap forward, really a big one. Not just the lighting, but the interface, the way, the logic you have in shader now. A lot of stuff has been actually improved in Unreal Engine 5, and I really think it's the engine of the future. So, will there be Saber vs Saber combat? I hope so. But only if again we can make the game with the full team, etc. And also it's something really interesting to study, to build up, to assemble. I would like to have if I could have some fighting scenes. I really loved the one you had in the Force Unleashed. They were both impressive and really draft, but because you have a character that really has superpowers, you not necessarily need to have really precise combat moves between the two blades, which is the core part of the fight. And also I really loved the Star Wars Episode 3 made by Ubisoft. it was, to me, it was like the Lord of the Rings Return of the King by EA, but in Star Wars. Basically, you had the same game mechanics and the same game feel, but in Star Wars, and I really loved the moves you could make with Anakin, and it was really, really awesome. Maybe a bit frustrating against some of the Jedis. Maybe the double-bladed lightsabers guys that were a bit too hard to overcome. But yeah, the fighting style, I really love this. I didn't try the Fallen Order yet. I saw a lot of videos on it, and I like the environment stuff, the character, etc. I'm not a big fan of the VFX of the blades, which seems like a halo more than a saber. But apart from that, the fighting looks really technical, and that's not where I have fun personally. It's really good. I guess it's close to what we now have in Dark Souls-like projects, but maybe I'm wrong. So that's not something I would like to have in Star Wars Redemption. I would like to have something more fluid first, and elegant, and really distracting, like not distracting, but like when you go to the cinema and you just watch a show that is entertaining. Yeah, that's it. I want entertaining combat at some point, but it's something really specific to create, to build, to bring, to envision, and to transmit to the team of developer you have with you. So I'm not sure you have something I myself I could bring into a game. So yeah, but at least that's something I would aim for. Graphics isn't the main priority on the Switch, but a great console. As a developer, I don't like the Switch. I really don't like the Switch. To me, it's just like developing for a smartphone. It's the same capabilities, the same. The screen is a bit bigger, but in the end, it's the same deal to me. So you had kind of the same limits, and yeah, I don't really like developing for Switch. Yeah, one console I would have loved developing for would have been the PS Vita. I think I didn't had it in my own hands, but I've tested this a few times, and I like the graphics, the quality of the console itself. It didn't look cheap, and that's something I really reproach to Nintendo a lot. Is that each of their consoles look like cheaper versions of what we have on the Sony or Xbox side. But that's my own point of view, and anyway, I'm a PC gamer, so yes, so I'm not pretty. Yeah, I'm probably not a good guy to discuss with about the Switch, but yeah, that doesn't make it a bad console. It's just me, I don't like it, so yeah. Is Captain Rex in this game? No, and maybe he will, but I don't want to bring someone because of a nostalgia or fan art of. Like if I bring, let's keep, for example, Jango Fett. I really love this character. Like I prefer this way more than Boba Fett. Even before the Book of Boba Fett, it's just a matter of shiny armor, twin pistols, and more badass characters. Like, yeah, I love Jango Fett so much. I would love to make it in the Star Wars Redemption style, but there is a big problem. Like, how would I justify this in the scenario? I could try to, bring some strange parts together to get it right, but it's really hard to do this because at some point you deviate the original character, which is Jango Fett, from its own story, and you risk, of course, to try something when Disney would officially make something else, and you will just lose time making this. And also, if it doesn't really make sense with your story, you will just reduce your story quality. So, yeah. But making Rex would be more would make more sense at some point. But yeah, it's something that I would need to justify. So, yeah. But it's honestly, it's not that hard. Yeah. VR view would be nice if you could enable the 3D camera. Yes, but there is always a but. Why a dev don't make a thing is that the VR actually costs twice more than a non-VR game. Why? The reason is super simple. When you are in VR, you are looking through two lenses. So basically, one lens is like what we have here. Like I have a camera which is one eye seeing the whole world of Star Wars Redemption. Okay. If I want to have a second eye, like in real life, if you look at the Maven face, both eyes are not at the same place. So you need to have a little offset. So you will render the game twice. One a little on the left, one another little on the right. And you will need to have these two visions turning in the same frame per second. So if your game is like, for example, at 90 frames per second, you will need to have 90 per eyes, and you can't. You will just need to cut down by half or reduce game quality. So it's a lot of optimization, and it's not like developing for Switch, but you have to know that it's as if you just took your PC and you cut every part that could render your game by 2. And you use just this to run your game. And the good part is that you need also to have the highest FPS possible to avoid motion sickness. So even 90 FPS per second, it's the really hard limit. If you are below that, you are in motion sickness field, and it's really bad. And often VR games just try to maintain a good 120 FPS, 120 FPS per second. FPS per second. I'm really tired, sorry. So yeah, VR is something really curious, but I would love to, in fact, being able to pilot your starfighter above Coruscant and really looking the Battle of Coruscant. This would be amazing. So maybe, but this would mean more optimization, and yeah, yes, I will see. PS Vita was awesome. Yeah, I didn't have one. But it's a shame that this console just failed. Honestly, if nowadays we had a PS Vita 2 or 3, I probably would buy one. Probably. I will be not long in this stream. Just want to let you know I love your game and really like how it looks. Thank you, Walnox. You're welcome. Is the Twilight character an apprentice or Jedi that Maven runs into? No. It's just a one of the random Jedis you can encounter in the game. But as I really like the Twilight visual and the archives skin, I just made her into the game menu. But no, that's not a character like a character that never changed. Maybe this will be in the future, but I have no storyline for her, so at the moment, no. And the apprentice of Maven actually is human, like Maven. and she has also a Viking look. You can have a look at her through the bonus section if you take a look. Yeah, here. So that's the post-order 66, let's say, version of the Apprentice of Maven. And that's the pre-order 66 during the Clone Wars version of the Acolyte of Maven, the Apprentice, the Padawan. And she's called Aelia. I don't have a planet set for her right now. So if you scroll with your mouse, basically here you can see the artworks. A few of the artworks. If you want to see all the artworks, you have the art book. You have my art station, of course. So yeah, if you want to really dig into this project, you can go this way. Yeah, but I want to have a Viking planet. I don't know if one exists, but yeah, that's one part of the scenario I want to explore a bit more. Yeah. Did you saw the picture I sent you? No, I opened Instagram later, but earlier, sorry, but I didn't saw it. So yeah, who that sit character? It's the early research for the for this guy here. And yeah, at first I just wanted to draw a Sith, close to what we had in the Old Republic. So a badass guy with big arms, big gloves, big boots, big lightsabers, and some crafted parts on the face, and really dark looking guys, really badass, and a really specific lightsaber. But later, I faced a few problems. Like first one, if we start to add more Jedis after Order 66, it's quite annoying. But if we start to add more than 2 Siths when we have Darth Sidious and Count Dooku or Darth Maul, let's calm down. We are completely fucking up the canon universe. So I wanted to have a guy like not like Ventress, but maybe like Savage Opress, in the fact that the guy could control lightsabers, but not the full panel of power that a real Sith will have. So this guy can attract metals through electro gloves. He's partially reconstructed, so it's a android at some point, not an android, a cyborg. And he has a really aggressive weapons, etc. And you can see he has also the marks of the 414, so the army of Maven. So this guy basically was one guy of the Maven's army. Will there be Sith and Inquisitors in the game? Probably in the scenario at some point I've established that Darth Vader wants to hunt down Maven and her parents. So we might see Darth Vader, but I don't want Maven to try to fight Darth Vader. It's Luke's and Obi-Wan's combat. It's not Maven's combat. She will need to fight other bad guys that maybe won't have to deal with empires or rebels. So yeah, that's really why I want to set her in her own narrative arc, and not as another sidekick of existing characters. I don't want to be in the shadow of Skywalker saga too long. Like it's important to state that you are in the same world, that you are in the same cast as the chosen one, of course, but you don't necessarily need to follow again the story of Anakin Skywalker, etc. So yeah, so maybe we won't see any Sith. Maybe we will see Inquisitors. I hope so. And I hope there is some room to create new Inquisitors, so I can create an Inquisitor dedicated to Star Wars Redemption, which would be really cool, because I prefer to design new characters than just recreate what's existing. Yeah. Any thoughts on the idea of great Jedi's? Actually, I'm not acknowledged enough on the Star Wars lore to know exactly what a great Jedi is. As far as I know, it's something like maybe like Ahsoka in Rebels, and after the Order 66, like no longer a Jedi but not a Sith. So I don't know, but I want to explore a different vision of the Force. Like the planet from Maven, from which Mavens come from, has a specific way to use the Force. And yeah, I want to explore this, and maybe new ways to use this power, because it's just a super cool power. And I don't think you necessarily need to be a Jedi to use the Force. And because you use the Force, not necessarily means you need to have a lightsaber and be a Sith or a Jedi, fight for the evil or the good. I think you can nuance a lot more than this to bring more interesting characters and explore new parts of this universe while maintaining its original structure. Yes. I heard about the new Need for Speed, and honestly, I think it's a really great move Electronic Arts just did on this game, just because it brings something really fresh, maybe necessarily new, because if you remember SS6 on Tour, which was a PS2 game, you already had this mix of realism and graffiti in a game. But with new graphics, of course, for Need for Speed and more capabilities, it looks extremely good. And I like that it's bring back the fun in a game. Like, to me, Electronic Arts were capable to make really entertaining games, arcade games like if you knew this license, I loved it so much, and I would love it to return. It was SSX, and it was so cool just to take your board and explore the mountain with completely crazy tricks. And it was really cool. With the BO itself was really amazing. The OST, sorry, BO is for the bande originale en français. Yes, I love this, and back then they made some excellent Lord of the Ring games. I remember excellent moments on Battle for the Middle Earth, and it's actually the reason why I'm actually making games. So yes, I think with this new Need for Speed, they offer us maybe a rebirth of Electronic Arts, like in their golden age, and it's so cool. It's really cool. I hope we have a good force purge plus ragdoll physics. Ah, yes. Yes, actually, I've tried to add this to the project, to the game, and it's not working the way I would like to. Just the basic of pushing someone with the force, and yeah, just this is not evident to code. So you have an idea of where Maven's story goes post order 66. I have a few that you see as potentials. So if some questions have been answered, I already had to drop out a few times. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, I've good bold lines for Maven's story post Order 66 before, during the Clone Wars, before the Phantom Menace. But these are actually bold lines and not finished engraved lines. So that's something I will probably work into in secret, because it's not cool if I spoil you the story of Maven. So imagine if you can play the game in 5 or 10 years and you already know everything about Maven. It will suck. So yeah, but this will be something I will work, I think, in the next months. In Need for Speed Unbound, there are Lakeshore Police Department. I saw the cars and the paint and the police cars. Police cars. Did you see that from the trailer? Oh, absolutely not. No, to me, the trailer, what I saw was the blend of realistic art direction with graffiti, stylized art direction, and gameplay effect, like when you boost, when you drift, when you start hardly, etc. And that's just what catch my eyes. And honestly, I won't play a game mostly because the war paints are correct or not correct. I would like to play it because it looks fun, it looks interesting, it looks finished, not bugged, and fair with the player. So that's why actually I don't play Overwatch, because I think it's not finished, and yeah, I wait the campaign version in the and actually I don't see the PvP being that rewarding. The battle pass to me is a big problem. Like it's not something I would like to put in my game. I envision a game like Overwatch 1 was pretty cool. I was not against the loot box. You could still loot everything by just playing the game. It was your choice just to pay for loot box, and you choose up. You could opt for sorry, I will redo this. You could opt if you'd like to, just to buy a few loot box to help and support developers. While here, I see it as you are forced to pay for a game stated as a free-to-play game, and it's a problem of how it's presented, I guess. Of course, that's understandable. How old Maven is exactly, given she has an apprentice and story prior to the Phantom Menace? First of all, I would like to mention that we are in Star Wars universe, and what we see as human-like are not human, actually, or not our biological human body. So to me, you can have humans on Lumberia, for example, being different than humans who live on Tatooine or on Coruscant, because of their backstory, because of their environment, because of a lot of parameters. You can decide to have, okay, on Lumberia, humans used to live like 200 years, for example. So having a Maven looking young but having like 70 years of experience. Imagine just this. And so this offers you simply more space to explore a story around this character. It's as simple as that. So for Maven, I want to cover at least both original trilogy, maybe the last one we had from Disney, even if I'm not a big fan of it. There are good things in it, and you can still explore a lot of parts in that era and beyond, like The Mandalorian did. If I'm correct, Mandalorian is maybe a bit before. So yeah, and of course before the Phantom Menace, because the era before the embargo on Naboo, etc., went on, I think it's something really interesting to explore. It's calm but not, so you have different kinds of conflicts. You can have some wars, but on smaller scales than the Clone Wars. So yeah. Need co-op campaign. Yes and no. Co-op campaign is... Oh, if you mean for Overwatch, yes. But if you mean for Star Wars Redemption, at the moment, I want to keep the fact that Maven can be alone at some point. So this brings some interesting feelings to the player. So, yeah. Is the lecture police card very similar to Chicago police card? Okay. Got this. So, I will end the stream here, guys, and got to run too, so it's perfect. But man, it's been a blast watching the stream. You're doing amazing work, and I can't wait to see more in the future. Have a good night, guys. Have a good night, everyone too, and thank you for being here and watching this making of with me, and it was a pleasure to explain all the work that has been made, so mostly by myself, but yeah, but it was cool, and I think at some point I needed to do this, so yeah, you can see the real Star Wars Redemption behind the final product. So anyway, bonne nuit, dormez bien, des bisous. Et puis, je sais pas quand, voilà. And keep an eye on the YouTube channel, on my Twitter. I will probably make the next stream on the Star Wars Redemption cinematic shot. And yeah, don't expect much about it, because it's been a long time since I didn't actually animate, so I will need to de-rust myself. And of course, also because I'm not a super great animator, so I may fail a lot. But anyway, it should be a cool experience, and yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I will send you a message on Instagram, don't worry. For your work, man. Take care of yourself and keep up the great work. I will try, at least. So see you, bye bye, des bisous, and well, à la prochaine.